Good morning, everyone that's out there watching. Today is Monday, November the 17th, and this is a full budget meeting. We'll have a lot of discussions about the budget today. At some point, we will be going in closed session to talk about our employees and a few other internal things. So, okay, Director Saskia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, starting with the 2026 budget. We have a slideshow that we're going to go through. Sorry, I feel like I have a lot of feedback right now. Once we get into it, so the agenda, first we're going to look at, so next slide, please. First, we're going to look at financial indicators and how the town is comparing to municipalities similar to us. Next, we are going to look at property taxes and what they look like in 2026. And lastly, we will review the 2026 budget, highlighting key changes and discuss the initiatives, and also capital. So that is our schedule for today. Starting with the financial indicators, here is the budget summary. So these graphs show the range for all similar municipality types. The class detailed for our purposes is towns, and the shaded area indicates the max and minimum, and the green in the line is the median. So these are the indicators that we've gone through in prior years. Okay, next, tax rate summary. Interesting. I'm not sure. This is just a summary of 2025 tax rates. So you could see where our general, policing, MD Minburn, and education mill rates have come through. So these are the mill rates that are going to be compared in the following slides. So this is just an overall highlight of where we were sitting in 2025. As a reminder, several of our mill rates actually went down in 2025 as compared to 2024, even with a tax increase, and that is because of growth. So we are going to get into that when we're talking about the tax increase for the 2026 year. If the pie stays the same size for the amount that we're going to collect, but we have extra people coming in, instead of $10 each, we're now paying $8 each. So we can increase taxes so that everyone is still paying $10 each, or we could also increase taxes so that now everyone's paying $11 each. So there's a taxation component that attributes to growth, and then there's a taxation component that is attributable to increases and maintaining level of service with the increased costs that we have. So that I will get into a little bit later, but I just wanted to touch base on that while we're looking at our mill rates for 2025. Okay. The next one is net municipal property tax per capita. So the maximum tax revenue per capita in 2024 was $3,014 with a minimum of $454. I know it's kind of hard to see here. That is very hard to see. I apologize. I will send everyone the slides. But as a reminder, the town of Vegreville is the blue graph and the green is the min. But we can actually, we can see the shaded, and the shaded is the max and the min. So I'm going to go through this more specifically with this one. So the blue is where we have been every year. The gray is the max and the min, the shaded part, and then the green is the average. So as you can see, we are slightly high on this indicator. Okay, the slides are actually in the council documents folder under 2026 budget. Leslie just messaged me. Thank you. So if you want to see the slides more up close, they are there. So with the net municipal property tax per capita, sorry for that digression, this tells us that we're above the median of property tax collected per resident. A higher tax revenue per capita does not always indicate that tax rates are increasing for residents. Rather, it indicates that the town has appropriately been increasing tax rates to capture growth in the community, which we will look at further in a few slides. The town's overall tax revenue from all sources is strong, showing our town has strong financial health and to be growing community with services, infrastructure, and projects to support the longevity of Vegreville. One other thing to note with the net municipal property tax per capita, when you're comparing specifically to towns, is the fact that we are over 5,000, so we pay for policing. That's a significant dollars per capita that is not broken out here. So we are compared to Vermilion equally here, who doesn't pay for policing that is similar size. So a lot of our amount attributable to being over the mean or median is because we are paying for additional services that other towns would not. So all towns are included in this, whether they're over or under 5,000. So that was one thing that I did want to note on that. And as you can see, we're nowhere near the max. The maximum is a good amount higher than us. So I did want to make that one comparison.
Can you tell me right now, do we know what the town average per capita is for library services?
Well, I don't have that number right in front of me. Just one moment.
CAO Link, do you know that?
78.
Off the top of my head, no. The only numbers that I've been able to find when researching the Alberta government's website are the 2022 numbers. So they haven't released 2023 yet, nor have they released 2024. So the average from that was still 49, I think it was $49 per.
Municipality.
Yeah,
But
per
towns
cap-
were less. Okay, and I just want to be fair. Okay, we're breaking out that a lot of these towns that we're being compared to don't have $1.5 million a year on policing. They don't have a debenture payment on a new detachment. But they also,
Detachment either.
we already talked about these different outliers. And the library and FCSS, we are way above any town that we're being compared to. So if we look at the outliers and if we try to do the math backwards, where we would fit against somebody else. I mean, because when we look at this, we look like we're way above.
Yeah, that is correct. And that's why I wanted to note that. Like, we are, and I wouldn't say we're way above. If we were at the top of that graph, we would be way above. But actually, we're slightly over average, which, based on the additional things that we pay for, I think is reasonable.
Well, we're not in the green.
We're not in the green on this one. Well, let's go to the next slide, Jameson, and we're in the green. Residential tax rate comparison. So you can see here, we're very closely following the green. So the maximum rate for 2024 was 19.2, and the minimum was 2.1. And I believe we are sitting at a residential tax rate of 9.1, which is just above the median of 8.7. So for residential, we're very much on par with other towns. The town year over year has been stable with the mean, displaying that our residential tax rate is consistent, strong, and on par with parallel municipalities, which takes us to the next slide. So residential tax rate comparison. So where is Vegreville on this one? I can't see on the slides. The graph is harder to see, but the town of Vegreville is at 9.1. The town of Westlock is the highest at 10.4, and the lowest is the town of Devon at 6.9. So we are trending right of the median on this one, but once again, there is a good range of different municipalities on this. I should open up the slide to see what the other ones are. Third from the bottom is where we are, town of Vegreville. So there's two that are higher than us. There's another one that's very close to us, and then there's the three low ones, which are town of Devon, town of Didsbury, and town of Stettler. So once again, different service levels in all of these. Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, if we're taking a look here, though, of these represented, who is paying for policing then?
Paying for policing out of these ones will be the town of Didsbury, they're over 5,000 for sure, town of St. Paul, town of Stettler, and I will have to double check with Westlock, but I know Devon and Vermilion are still under 5,000.
Yeah. And so Westlock and St. Paul are actually the two that are higher than us on the graph. Town of Vermilion is the one that is just slightly lower than us. So we're the most similar to Vermilion, which does not pay for policing. And then the town of Devon and Didsbury, it could be depending on their policing area, or not their policing area, their municipal area, and what kind of tax base they have for the residents. So
Okay.
graphs are always great, but you have to take them with a grain of salt, because comparing one item to one item is not always apples to apples. So this is just in general. You can see that a residential tax rate is comparable to other municipalities similar to us, and it really, another side with residential tax rate, there's the other factor of it, which is the assessment, and as we know that our assessments have been, in general, lower than sales prices, so our tax rate is a little bit higher because our assessments are so low. So that portion of that calculation, it'll be interesting to see what happens when we have our assessment change with our assessors next year.
Yeah, thank you. And I do think it's important for everybody to be aware that we don't decide whether or not we pay for RCMP, as do none of these other municipalities, but it's really important because it impacts us so drastically.
And just a correction, Devon is over, they are over 6,000 now. Sorry, they are 6,000 now, but Westlock is still below 5,000. Sorry, my mistake.
Thank you.
Okay, you say these slides are in our council documents?
Yeah, so if you go into council, in the budget file,
They're still pretty hard to see. I'm not going there.
if you go to the file, if you open the PowerPoint, you can zoom in. I know we always have a hard time, like, we want to print them for you, but we can print them full slides, but then it takes up a lot of paper. So I can also send them out large for you, print them single slides.
Turn the page. And then you can zoom in if you want to.
I'll have a note, this is
Bottom right side.
thanks to Councillor Curtis saying we wanted to use less paper.
You might have to move like the scale, like the little,
I know.
goes like this.
You need a bigger screen.
Okay, are we ready? So the next one is the residential equalized tax rate. So next slide, as you can see here, we're very close to the median. The max was 19.2 and the lowest was 2.1. Actually, I'm on the wrong page now. Municipal mill rates alone can be misleading. One municipality might assess property closer to true market value, while another might assess at a lower percentage. So the equalized tax rate adjusts for that. So as we had noted in the prior slide, we had skews all over the place. So this is equalized. We are very much on par with other towns. Similar to the normal resident tax rate above, the town continues to be slightly above the median after equalization, but I would say that's very comparable. Next
Oh,
slide.
1 second, Councillor Lemko.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Councillor.
Just through your worship, Director Saskew, can you just explain to those people who may be watching the difference between, we're talking about equalization and residential tax rate, just so people understand the difference in the discussion points?
So the equalized tax rate does not take into account necessarily assessment, but what it does remove is the education and the other requisitions. So depending on your population and what your requisition, so for example, we have the MD of Minburn Lodge, and if you go to the town of Westlock, you might have a different lodge that has different financial priorities, that has a different requisition. So the equalized tax rate takes into account just the portion of our tax rate that is related and collected for municipal taxes. So we have no control over what we're requisitioned. And that's where those differences can sometimes skew. So if you compare us to Westlock, and if Westlock has a huge requisition from a lodge or some other factor, then their rate could be skewed, as could ours, based on our lodge and our education. So
Well, we do have some control. If the Minburn Foundation wants to borrow a ton of money, we have to agree to the requisition. They just can't force it on us.
That's correct, but if we did agree to it and we went ahead with it, and if our rate changed because of it, we don't want to be penalized when people are comparing mill rates to mill rates, because our mill rate would have to take into account that difference. So that's where the equalized tax rate is nice, because it shows just what the town is collecting for municipal purposes, not to give to another organization. Okay, next slide. Which one are we at? So this is the non-residential tax rate. So as you can note here, we are very close to the median as well. The maximum non-residential tax rate in 2024 was 33, with the minimum of 4.9. The town of Vegreville has a non-residential tax rate of 22. And I will note That is not the small business tax rate. So we also give the 20% favorable tax rate for eligible small businesses that submit their annual declaration. So if you take into account the small business rate, they would actually be below the green line. But this one only compares non-residential tax rate as we pass in our property tax bylaw. Oh, I see, it's the wrong graph. It's a copy of the same one. I don't know if we have that one. Kinley, any comment? The non-residential one?
It's exactly the same
It's the
as
residential one.
equalized tax rate.
McKinley will get that for us. Apologies, with the conference last week, we did not have a chance to go through all of this. But anyways, the next slide, let's continue on. As I was speaking, our annual small business declaration is something that we are recommending businesses to submit by the end of December so that they can get the 20% off non-residential rates. So that is something that council has passed for several years now, I think in excess of 5, and it actually does make a big difference when we're talking corporate taxes for non-residential. Okay, do we have, I think the next page is the non-residential equalized tax rate, and is this one correct? Oh, that one says residential again. Okay, my apologies. That is the exact same one. So we will get those for you guys, we'll just continue on. The next one is residential assessment as a percentage of total equalized assessment. This is one where we're below. Just need to go to the right page of my notes.
This is based on the assessment from 2024 though, right?
So the main takeaway of the graphs analyzed above is that residents and small businesses in Vegreville are not contributing factors to higher property tax per capita, evident by the rates being consistent year over year and comparable to similar municipalities. The increased property tax revenue is a result of appropriately capturing growth in Vegreville. So you can see our line has been very steady. That's where we're getting at, where we're just capturing growth. So we're, by maintaining the line, you can see that we've been taxing residents similarly. So that's when we have an extra people come, we're all still paying that $10 a piece of the pie every year. If you look back, that dip was from 2016. So I do believe we got some debentures there. And even in 2020, there's a little dip from 73 to 71. That would have been when we decreased taxes as a result of COVID-19. So the 2016, I can't remember specifically what happened there.
Well, during COVID too, we were living at our.
Living out of our
operating
reserves,
on
yes.
our reserves and stuff too, to keep taxes down. So basically, when we come out of the pandemic, we started raising taxes a little bit to catch up for the decreases that we had already put in place.
Absolutely. But once again, we are below the residential assessment as a percentage of total equalized assessment. We are below the median for towns in 2025. The next page is major revenue sources per capita. And this is one that Councillor Rudick quite liked last year. So you'll have to look at the graphs. So the blue is, or the legend. So the blue is net municipal property tax per capita. The dark blue is franchise and concession contracts. The red is other revenue. The orange is user fees. The yellow is penalties. The green is government transfers. And the, I don't know what color, the rust is rentals per capita. So if you look, this is the town of Vegreville from 2009 to 2024, and it shows what the makeup is of our net revenue. So you can see property taxes has been fairly consistent. It hasn't been a large shifting line. And same thing with the user fees and the government transfers per capita. You can see there's a couple spikes. That would be in 2022, that would be our Prosperity Park grants that we got. Otherwise, and then you can see now the last most recent one at the 510, how little that is. That is how low our grants have been starting to come from the provincial. yeah, so 2022 would have been like the most in the CARES grant that we got due to COVID. 2021 as well. 2021 and 2022 was interesting grant opportunity where there were additional grants that came out to fund municipalities to keep people working during the pandemic. So there was a lot of little construction grants and other grants that were available that we applied to and received, which helped keep our staff at work and other contractors at work through the pandemic. So the next slides, we're going to go more into detail, each one of these. So the next one is the sales and user charges per capita. And this is the one that we're always below the median line. And if you look at the slide on your piece of paper, you can see the maximum is quite a high. It's over double what we're at. So example of user charges include overall service fees such as waste and utility service charges, recreational facilities, tax certificates, development permits, and sale of goods and services at the VIC and for fire. On the graph, you can see that the town is at 829, below the median cost of 1,018. This is consistent with the prior year graph data. Being below the median displays there's an opportunity for improvement in this area. So we are below the average with sales and user charges. So one way that we can increase our revenue is by increasing sales and user charges rather than increasing taxes. One thing to note, sales and user charges, when we increase those, that's normally a per resident or per use fee. So that hits residents differently than if it's through property taxes, because property taxes is based on assessment. So if we increase property taxes, people are paying based on their assessment. So then people that are renting or maybe not owning houses are paying based on what their rent is or based on what their percentage of things is. Versus if we increase a fee, let's say in a utility bill, that hits every household exactly the same. So that is something to consider when we're noting if we're going to increase user charges and sales rather than property taxes. So property taxes hits based on assessment. Sales and user charges are a per use thing. So if we put increased fees at the pool, it's only the residents that use the pool that are going to get that. Another good example of this is not specifically the same, but is like if we have a fee on our utility bill for like flood mitigation. Ours right now is for paying for the debenture, but if we keep that fee after the debenture is fully repaid, that fee is going to be a per use. So the number of properties you have in the town is what you're paying per use rather than based on your assessment. So.
Well, and again, when it comes to the flood mitigation, we have to look at the whole east side of our town. The west side is good, but we're gonna have to take another debenture here pretty soon, and we need to address the storm water situation on the east side, so. But I hope it's like people that are watching, you know, like you see in a lot of social media places, look at our utility bill. Oh my God, look what the town's charging. We are below what the average and what most charge. People will get mad, $5 for their garbage or whatever. I think Vermilion is $47 a month. Again, it's nice that if people could understand, it's a constant struggle. And yes, a utility bill is just like a tax. That's the way people look at it. Why don't they just build it into the taxes? But if you break it down and look at other municipalities close to our size, we are always below what the average is. I know it doesn't seem like that if you go on Facebook and some of these other places. People always say, oh my God, look, we're the highest in the world. But in actual fact, people have the opportunity to look at this and take this information and use it in a positive way. Maybe I was wrong, Maybe I didn't have the facts. But we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so the next one I have is government transfers per capita. So you can see we are slightly above the line in 2022 and 2023, and that is comparable to that first graph that I had showed you with all the colors. That is from additional grants that we received for Prosperity Park and additional COVID grants. So there's the CARES and the, I forget the name of it right now, the MOST grant. So those are ones that we used to actually build this room and renovate our administrative office during the COVID-19 closures. So overall, we're very close to the mean, and there are some huge sways on this graph. So if you look at the one on your piece of paper, you can see there's almost mountains. And I don't know who received those grants, but that would be really nice. Unfortunately, we are very close to average, and we are just continuing and doing the best we can to be fiscally responsible with our capital grant and fundings every year. Unfortunately, we're not rich. Next page. Major expenditures per capita type. So now this is the same graph that I originally showed you with revenues, but now it's expenditures. These expense graphs are similar, and there's not really significant changes to note in year over year. Again, these graphs have a lot of data. I like displaying them because then they help show the overall picture of high and low expenditure categories. So some of the high categories are the blue, which is salaries, wages, and benefits per capita. And like I said, that is very comparable over municipality. If you don't have people working, you're not gonna get business done. And some of the lower expenditure items include like the red, which is the interest in banking per capita and provision for allowances per capita. Those are really small items. And amortization is in that like kind of green expenditure. And as a reminder, amortization is not something that the taxpayers have to fund. So it's included in our operating budget below the line. So it impacts our financial statements, but our amortization, which is in excess of $3 million a year, we don't actually have to collect tax levies for. So it's budgeted, it's displayed. These numbers on these graphs are pulled from our financial information return, which we submit to the government every single year, and it's audited by our auditors. So amortization is there for display purposes, but as a reminder, we don't actually levy taxpayers to fund amortization. And if ever, does everyone know what amortization is? It's when we're depreciating our assets. So if we buy a truck for $60,000, we have to deplete its value on our books every year. As we know, when you drive a truck off the lot, it is worth less than it is the day before when it was still sitting on the lot. So amortization is just our way of retiring our assets so that at the end of their useful life, they don't have a significant value on the books. So it's something that we must do for accounting purposes, but we're not levying the tax bill.
Go ahead.
Just a quick question about the dark blue materials, goods, supplies, and utilities per capita. If you could do a comparison between 2009 and 2024, would it be fair to say that those increases in costs for those materials, goods, et cetera, are out of our control?
Correct. Like those are things that are tied to inflation. I wouldn't say that, maybe Director Lefebvre could comment on that, but I don't think our level of service has drastically changed since 2009. So that would be the only other thing that would drive costs up, would be level of service. So say we want to plow roads every time there's 2 inches of snow instead of 4 inches of snow. Obviously the costs and the inputs into the graders and the like repairs on that would increase, but I do believe that is mostly due to inflation, like the cost of fuel going up, the cost of inputs into those machines. Yes, I have confirmation.
Okay, and the other portion that would potentially show the increase in inflation would be cost of living, which would be salaries, wages, and benefits potentially,
Correct.
especially if we don't have the number of employees potentially listed here, but those are 2 areas that have increased quite drastically since 2009.
That is correct. Actually, they've increased almost the exact same amount, 4 to 7. Oh, that's 300, and then 1 to 5. So yeah, probably similar percentages increase.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this one?
Okay, so that is the end of the indicators, and I'm sorry for some of the discrepancies. This meeting was moved, so we had all intentions of buttoning up this presentation and making sure everything, all of our T's were crossed and our I's were dotted. but we're just rolling with it. So I will get you those non-residential graphs, and we'll continue on from there. Yeah, they're updated now. Oh, perfect. McKinley's already updated them. Thank you, McKinley.
Okay, so let's go back and just, take a look at non-res.
Okay, non-residential, yeah, we'll call. So it'd be on slide 9. So you can see that, Jameson, your slide won't be updated. Yeah, so we are actually very much on par with the median here. I just want to, oh, I'm on the wrong one. I didn't update it.
Okay.
We're above. This is, I was like, that doesn't make sense. We are above.
Now, we're above, and is this with the 20% tax forgiveness if you apply for the program?
No, and this is just the non-res tax rate that goes on our property tax bylaw. So we don't put, they only look at the non-res rate. Not every municipality has the small business deduction. So at this point in time, they don't make a graph comparing the small business deduction rates. So this is just the non-res without the discount. So at 22 versus the average is, oh, I've already flipped on that slide. Non-res. So the maximum non-residential tax rate in 2024 was 33, with the minimum at 4.9. So we are sitting at 22, which is much less than 43, but also not at the average, which is, it's just over 10. I'd say it's like 13%. It's significant to note that this does not include the small business declaration. So with the small business declaration, drum roll please, where were we at? Small business, we are at 21, and then with municipal alone, because that has the provincial and the foundation in it. Actually, let's go to the next slide with your guys's. If you go to the next slide, it's the equalized one. Oh, that doesn't help either. Never mind. So the equalized, we have the equalized doesn't make a difference. So my thought process did not work there. So overall,
Okay, so just so everybody understands, when we do the tax breakdown, residential to non-res, the percentage being paid. Can you explain that?
that's the 47 and
I think it should,
53.
I think it should be 51, res 49. Sorry, non-res 51 and res 49. Now, is that not where it's at?
I think it's still, just one moment. Property taxes. Oh my goodness. They changed my files. I'm sorry, guys. 2025 property tax rate calculation. And I've got like 7 of them. I can't tell which one's the right one, but I'll tell you what the breakdown is based on the spreadsheet. So it's still 47-53. So 47 residential, 53 non-residential. I do remember I brought that up last budget meeting if we wanted to change, and we didn't. This year, we do have some significant residential increases. We've been at 47-53 for a long time.
I'm pretty sure it was 51.49. But I guess you'll get that to us because, yeah, we do have to include that in the budget every year. So what we're saying here, if it's 47-53, like you're saying, 53% of all the taxes that are collected come from non-res, which is businesses.
Correct.
There's a lot less businesses than there is residential dwellings. So, just so everybody understands, those businesses pay 50, and what you're saying is 53% of all the taxes collected in town. Residential properties are paying 47.
Yes.
And there's a lot more residential than there is non-res. So everybody understands that these businesses are actually picking up the majority of over half the taxes that are collected in the town. And we have the opportunity to make that decision every year. We have to include that in the budget.
Yep, and that's my next slide, actually, Jameson, if you want to bring this up. So property taxes moving forward is, so right now, in this budget that we're presenting to you, the total of 2.5 property tax increase, which is 252,149.18. The prior year increase was 245,999. And in this increase, as I had noted before, the increase for growth and the increase to maintain level of service. So the increase to capture growth is at 1%, which is 100,859.67, which is also great to note because we always talk about what 1% tax increase is. It's 100,000 and some change. So that is to capture growth. As we had noted, we are changing assessors right now, and we're not exactly sure where assessment levels are right now. They'll be able to give us more information in December, January, but in relation to new builds, new construction, I have put in those new values based on our development permits into our prior year tax calculation. So I maintained everything exactly the same, except for I put in the values of the new builds. And I can safely say that we can do a 1% tax increase just to make the pie the same size so that everyone's still paying their $10 from the year before. Because we have new residential, we have 7 new residential homes, as well as there's a couple throughout town that have been new builds. And then as well as non-residential, we had some renovations and growth. So that's what I'm proposing as the increase to capture growth. I can't say that we can go more than 1% confidently. I can confidently say we can do a 1%. And then the increase to maintain level of service and include the initiatives and et cetera is a 1.5%, which is $151,289.51. And the reason why we specifically aren't breaking down the percentage of residential versus non-residential, we're not setting the tax rate today. That comes up when we're doing the tax rate calculation. Property taxes here in the budget, what we need to worry about is the net tax collected. Obviously, it is still very important to think in the back of our mind where our mill rate's gonna go, what our assessments are looking like. That is a very important consideration. But when it comes down to the 47 versus the 53, I don't want to get too hung up on that right now because it'll really depend on our assessment. So when our assessors come back and if there's changes or growth, they had noted, this is not specific to Vegreville, but in other municipalities that they have taken over, there were shops built that weren't being assessed. There's properties on 2 lots that were only getting assessed for 1, and they had significant growth just from missed assessments from the prior assessors. This is not specifically Vegreville. This was one of their anecdotes that they were mentioning to us when they went through what the changeover could look like. So there could be growth, but I won't know until they have their detailed items. So that's where if we can see that there's significant residential growth, this might be a good year to change the residential versus non-residential rate from 47.53 to 49.51. But until I have the assessment numbers, I can't tell you that. So as part of the budget, we'll set the net tax collected for the town to balance the budget for the year. And then we'll look at the mill rates and what percentages when we're doing the property tax bylaw. Does that make sense to everybody?
So, right now, admin is proposing that we have a 2.5% property tax?
Yes, and the budget is still not balanced, so we have some work to do today. I'm proposing a 1% for growth, and like I said, the 1.5, that's a starting point for us.
Great. Okay.
And
Any
as
other
always,
questions right now? Yeah, let's keep going.
okay, as asked in a prior meeting, I have the next slide, update on our paper statement fees. So oh my goodness, it's so small. I apologize, you guys. We would have fixed this if we knew it was impossible to read. Yeah, on the computer, it's not bad. So the 2025 emailed bills is the first column. And you can see, oh, go away. The property taxes on the left side and the right side is the utility bills. So we have, why is it going backwards, McKinley? Mailed, okay, not emailed, okay. It's mailed, right? Not emailed, because we've decreased. Oh, correct. Okay, yeah. The headings are slightly misleading. So in 2024, the bottom graph lines are the number of statements that we've mailed for property taxes and utility bills. So you can see a significant decrease from 2024 to 25. The 2025 columns are the ones that we've mailed in the year. So a huge reduction in that. So property tax statements emailed in 2024. I don't know if that's correct. So we've reduced paper by 90 statements since 2025 for property taxes, which is significant because property taxes is approximately 3,000 rolls. 90, that's still a 10% reduction. Utility bills emailed went from 984 to 1878 monthly. So that's a significant decrease. Also taking into consideration like stamp fees that are $1.24 and print fees that are 0.55, so just 5.5 cents per page. The savings are over $12,000 annually, just over 2024. And as you know, prior to that, 23 to 24, there was also significant decreases. So my goal and my hope and aspiration is that we don't need to do another paper sorter folder lease this next time it comes up. I did just renew the lease last year. I believe it's a 5-year lease. But obviously, we're still always going to have paper, but maybe we don't need to pay $2,500 per month for the sorter folder inserter, because that is a significant cost, and it's only for people that are requiring us to give them paper statements. So overall, we've seen a significant update, and we're hoping that it continues. Yes.
So you said just for this year alone, $12,000 in savings was realized?
Yeah.
So are we on target for what you had projected when you first proposed that we go paperless?
Yes, so actually the paper statement fee, I've had to reduce in my budget because so many additional people have signed on. So our paper statement fee is actually below budget, which is fantastic. That means that people have signed on and for the emails, meaning that we're saving all those additional costs. And also just like the time. So with an emailed bill, once we build the batch and we post it, there's one step. It's email. You email them all, it's done. With the batch for a mailed bill, you have to print them. You have to take them, you have to put them in the sorter inserter. We also have to print the scoop, which we email and we attach in our emails. You have to print the scoop, then you take both of those stacks, put them in the sorter inserter. That goes through, puts them in an envelope, which we also pay additional funds for, and then the lease for the sorter inserter. And then once those come out, we have to seal the envelopes, put them through the mail machine, and then pay the $1.24 per envelope for postage. And then from there, we have to pack them into boxes and take them to the post office. So there's a significant additional steps when it comes to mailing bills. And I do appreciate that it is important for many residents to still receive a paper bill. But the $250 that we're charging for the paper statement fee is not even cost recovery. It's just, it's helping ease the burden to taxpayers that are signed on for e-billing. Any other questions with that? Councillor Braziak?
Go ahead.
Through that. I'm just wondering, I'm not sure if I can read the graph correctly, but are you identifying how many are emailed and how many are paper?
That's it should say 2024 mailed and 2025 mailed. So you can see the amount that we had to mail in 2024 was significantly higher than 2025.
So how much is the comparison between the mailed and the emailed?
I don't have that
2025.
right
I'm
in
just
front of me.
kind of curious how many we mail out and how many we email out of all the, Like out of all the utility bills, how many, and property tax notices?
Okay, so in 2024, we emailed 1,000 property taxes and we mailed 2,040 property taxes. In 2025, it was almost an even split. So we emailed 1,146 property tax bills and we mailed and printed 1966. So that was a decrease of, I think it was like 80 or 90 statements. For the utility bills, it's even higher because it's a monthly thing. And I don't have those numbers in front of me. I apologize.
Okay, because I have received significant complaints regarding this, and sometimes it's just easier to, not even put it in there, just charge everybody across the board the same thing. And I know it's not fair for everyone, but at least we wouldn't get the pushback that we do by,
Absolutely.
because a lot of people can't email, and they'll never have the capacity to email, and they're feeling that it's not really fair.
Punitive. I agree. Administration will do as council wishes. So we can always make changes as long as it's the consensus of council. There would be budget implications to that. If we remove the paper statement fee, I would have to change my revenues, it would be an additional cost to my department side of it, but we can always make changes. Administration will always do as council wishes.
But when this was brought to us a few years ago, the direction that we chose to go is working.
Is to go, like I said, I'm a huge proponent for paperless. We're one of the last adopters. Like if you look at cell phone and mobility and landlines, almost all of them are either charging a paper fee or going e-billing. So it's not specific to municipalities, and even compared to other municipalities, there's lots that aren't sending out paper anymore. So my proponent would always be to encourage paperless, but I do understand both sides of it.
About the fact that it's going in the direction that we wanted it to go. I mean, every year we're seeing more and more savings, and we haven't upped the cost of the paper copy because we don't even come close to breaking even on what it costs to send those out.
Correct. Like even my savings and postage alone was, let me see if I have it right here.
I mean, basically, this is what the world is. I mean, this is where we're going. So, I mean, we don't want to take a step backwards now when we've already gone through this and we've seen how much the increase is every year.
Absolutely. So like, for example, 2024 actuals, postage was budgeted at $11,000. The actual was $5,400. So there was we were almost half the budget for 2024. And then for paper statement revenue, where is that? Oh, it's not in 12. Never mind. I'd have to go to another one. I don't have that one right in front of me. But even like the paper statement fee, it was a significant collection, but it actually was below budget because we had so many people sign on for emails. So that one has been adjusted for 2026 to reflect what we're actually collecting for paper statement fee.
Go ahead, Councillor Jagalik.
Can you just remind us what the paper statement fee is and it's per month, right?
It's $2.50.
Okay, so that includes any correspondence that we send out via mail.
Just for utilities
Okay.
and property
And
taxes.
do you have the value of what our revenue was for just paper statement fees
I do, I just need to go into a different
overall?
I just need to go into a different function here. Paper statement fee. Okay, so last year we received $22,908, and in 2024 we received $30,852. So that's almost a $10,000 reduction in paper statement fee, and divide that by the 250. That's how many additional people have signed on for paperless in 2025. And I think if I go back one more year, I think our 2023 paper statement fee was even higher. Yeah, no, actually, it was similar. It was 27,816. But I do believe that program went live in 2023, and we did do some abatement in those first few months of 2023 where we didn't charge the fee. I think it was 3 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2025 is the first year that we're actually seeing a pretty significant reduction in like what we've received for paper statements.
Okay, Councillor Brajak?
So I do realize this is a natural progression to go electronic. However, I just feel for the seniors that are incapable of, and they're the ones that are being targeted here. So they're the ones that are on a fixed income, and they're the ones that are being targeted, and they don't have the ability to say, yes, I'll go. So I do realize it is a natural progression to go to electronic. I just feel that our seniors are the ones being targeted, and again, they're on a fixed income.
Absolutely, and we can get into that further when we talk about some of our fees and charges as we go through each department item moving forward.
Yeah, well, we haven't had a big pushback. At first there was, but most of those people have figured it out. A lot of them come here and just pick up to pay their bills, or they come here and get their price, what they owe. Again, this going backwards. I mean, I've seen some compete, a lot of, we had a lot of complaints up front, and then we've seen a lot of seniors that were complaining on Facebook about it. That they didn't have an email address, so how could they get it? But they actually are on Facebook. So that doesn't make any sense. Go ahead, Director Lefebvre.
Just a point of interest as well, it is coming and it's bigger than you think. I agree that the seniors need to get that, the few of them that need it, really. Extended producer responsibility in the recycling world, as you know, we have an agreement with Circular Materials, and we are receiving funds for recycling, and that's for people that produce products and packaging and things. We were part of that when we signed up. We had to provide the amount of paper that kicks out of this office, and we're under a threshold. We hit a certain point, we fall into EPR, and we start paying. So there's other factors going on to keep pulling back the paper. So just ought to be a point of interest that even that is affecting how we do business.
Yeah, we were back to anywhere near the levels we were before. We wouldn't qualify for any of that grant funding. Okay, any other questions regarding paper funding? And when we get into the fees and charges bylaw, where we're gonna be at this year, we can address this again, so.
That's correct, and I do believe that's coming to the next ledge meeting, as well as we'll be discussing which fees and charges have been built into this existing budget when we go through each department separately. As we know, there's many different fees and charges that make up the revenue that we collect for the town. The next slide that we have is actually our 2025 community services grants. So we could get into these more specifically, but as always, we like to be upfront with council what we have built into the budget. So Vegreville Transportation Services, Prairie Tales, and I feel like I'm missing one. Those are both the same as prior year, the 22,000 and the 20. Stars is 11,416.
Which is new.
Which is new. We had it presented in the 2025 budget meeting. This is 2026. We should have that updated. The slide name is wrong. I should say 2026. Stars was in last year and then was removed just to balance the budget. It is in again this year as they came and did another presentation. So that is something that we'll, I guess, let council discuss. We also have Crossroads at 20,000, Northern Lights at 31, and the Canada Day fireworks at 10. So that's actually just a budget item, but it's in our community services budget. And then below, we also have the funding that we give to the Centennial Library. So in the 2025, it was 255,000, and in 2026, it's proposed as 260,000 as the presentation from ANEO. So the total of that is $375,095 for the year.
And I think it's something new that Stars is, every presentation they had before there was a donation request, and this is the first year I think that we've seen it as a per capita request. The second year, The presentation, they showed how many citizens of the town and the county of Minburn, and even residents that were assisted by STARS when they were in a different province and stuff, so.
Yeah.
And they have a nice slide, they identify all the municipalities that support them and the ones that don't, which is really kind of nice. Call you out on that, that's nice.
Okay.
Any questions on the grant funding here that we're looking at? So this is what is proposed. The only thing that we've agreed to so far, 100%, is the Northern Lights Library System.
Correct. Yeah, we have that motion from council. Yeah, so,
I have a question. Just because there's been a lot of attention on one of these community services grants that the town provides outside of our operations, traditionally, have we ever asked for a requirement or an indication of efficacy or how well they're using the money that is given to them by the town?
Yes, actually, as part of our grant process, VTSS, Prairie Tales, and the library come and present to council. I think they were at our managers meeting that came, all three of them came and presented, and they, as we donate money to them, grant them money, they also, in return, have to hand over their financials when we ask for them. So there is the accountability to the societies that we donate to, that they are accountable for our funding.
okay. I will continue on then. So we are getting into the nitty-gritty of the budget. So the next slide is a summary. So we have built into this budget that we will be presenting a 2.5% property tax increase, a 2% COLA, which is actually offset by decreases to LAPP and benefit costs in the year. So it's actually a net cost of only about $23,000
That's for 1 year.
for one.
Next year, those benefit prices could go up.
They could, but it's not trending that way. The significant changes that we have done to our benefit plan, they won't trend up unless our use changes again. So our use is trending down. This decrease that we got was only based on a part year of the decrease. Next year, we'll have a full year of the decrease. So the idea is that the benefit costs are gonna trend down once again.
But you can't guarantee that.
I can almost guarantee.
We had a really bad incident or something.
There's actually things that have been put into place that is less likely now.
Less likely.
Like it would have to be 30 staff members end up on $20,000 prescriptions for it to go up again.
Okay, so we've been working hard to try to get the benefit cost down to the municipality. And we've seen over a lot of years, there's been a lot of weird situations and stuff within the benefits and where we are at. So right now, at a 2% COLA, Director Sasky was saying it would be around $30,000 for the 2%. The benefit reduction looks like it could stay there with the trends we're seeing, but we know for a fact that the COLA will always be there. So just something to remember. Go ahead, Councilor.
And just for clarity's sake, you've listed a deficit here, but realistically, we are the only order of government that cannot run a deficit, so we have to balance every year.
That is correct. So that's where our hard work comes in today. We have to go through the budget summary and go through each of these manager initiatives and decide go, no go on all of those, as well as if we can't balance based on this, then we're gonna have to look even deeper and decide how we're gonna either fund the deficit or cut other items. So there is some work to be done. I just need to get into that with all of you.
Okay.
And the most important thing is that we need to agree right now you know, eventually what the tax increase would be and if there is going to be a COLA as well. The council is requesting a 5-minute bio break.
That is excellent. I was also going to request a break because I have to get your detailed budget slides into your council folder. There was one, we're going to blame it on Jorgen. My utilities one wasn't balancing, so I just need to get that finalized and then we can start up again.
Okay, so 5-minute.
Thank you. Okay, we are picking up right where we left off. I have here our municipal or manager presentation summary. So this is the handout that all of council has received. We're gonna go through the current and initiatives and note where they are sitting at right now. So initiative 1, if we go through our binders, it starts at corporate services tab. And then you have to flip through a few pages because that was my prior presentation. But we're gonna start at the first one, which is 2026 Initiative Capital Project, which is an ERP solution. Once we get going, I promise it won't be as hard to go through. Is everyone on the right page on their binder? It's this business case, and that ties to item number 1 on our spreadsheet.
It's under corporate, or is it corporate services?
It's a couple pages in,
Yeah, because it has my prior presentation in there. Okay, once we're all on the right pages, we will go through. So,
Just go back a few pages, like a few more. It looks like this. Yeah. Do you have it?
We don't have that one, but that's okay.
oh, okay, sorry guys. This one is, I'll just give a brief background since Councillor Brodziak and Bellick and Marova don't have that. ERP is the accounting program that we use for everything. So it receives cash receipts, it sends out utility bills, it calculates and does the property taxes for each line item. It is a very important function to our administrative office. And what is happening is the current system that we use is no longer, it's coming to end of life. So in 2 years, we will no longer be able to do payroll out of it. They won't be supporting it. So obviously, once it stops being supported, we're more at risk for viruses, hackers, etc. So unfortunately, we're left with no ability to do anything other than have to change. So I have proposed $100,000 per year until a new program is adopted. We are in the process of, how would I say that? We're in the process of like procuring this right now. We haven't done a formal RFP of any sort, but we are in a lot of different webinars and testing. It's called a sandbox, where actually they'll give us access to the program ahead of time and we'll see how it works with our environment. So we're in the middle of that right now. There is the chance that with this $100,000 for next year, plus what I already have in the budget for our current program, if we're able to switch before renewal, because our renewals are all in the late fall. If we're able to switch before renewal, that $100,000 will get us a new program next year. And the problem is there's so many municipalities that are at the same problem because Bellamy changed a few years ago and a lot of counties actually changed to Diamond. And now Diamond's coming to end of life. So now, not only is it just counties that are having to change, but it's the counties that switch to us, plus all the towns and et cetera. So that is why it's important. It hasn't been removed from the budget, but it is a part of the current year. So this one was voted as a number 1. And I don't know, do we want to just keep going through all of them, or do we want to stop for questions as we go? I'll just continue unless someone puts up their hand.
okay, so, when we previously looked at this, we all said yes to this, just because of our expiration date that on our, what we have right now. So is anybody here on this side want to change that? Okay, let's move on.
Okay, the next one is the municipal intern with the APC grant. We have applied for this grant. We have a $60,000 grant to cover $60,000 of expenditures. So for the 2026 budget year, the dollar value is 0 for this municipal intern. And the idea would be that this municipal intern would help us with some of the onboarding for the new ERP solution. At all of the conferences that we've gone to, they've noted with the ERP changeover, you need additional staffing. And by having a municipal intern, this is someone that's likely has a commerce degree or an accounting degree. They can take on some of maybe McKinley and I's easier tasks so that McKinley and I can focus and do ERP changeover. With these onboarding of new programs, it's essential that the staff with the highest knowledge base are the ones that are involved with the changeover, because there's just so many complexities to it. In the time that I've been here, I've onboarded our HRIS program, Questica, which is our budgeting program. So it wouldn't be my first rodeo, but it's still, I know that it comes with a lot of work and a lot of time spent to ensure that the transition is good. So with the transitions, it's important to get all the little bugs worked out and spend as much time with it as possible while we still have the free or contracted services. If we say go live and say that we're completely all done with the transition and need help afterwards, it's always additional funds. So it's important that the key players are involved with the transition, and that with the municipal intern, we would have a little bit of additional support for more administrative tasks.
It's important this doesn't go forward unless it's covered in the ACP grant too.
That is correct. Yeah, so if we don't receive the grant, we obviously won't hire the intern. And we actually should know that answer shortly. So we may actually have that answer before final budget is passed, and if final budget is passed, we can remove it from the budget if we don't get approved. And then the last one of mine is Cocorico, which is a budget survey. This is something that would be an add-on to one of the services that we currently have. The main thing with this is this would be a detailed survey to members and residents asking about budget impact. So I need council to, it's not an additional budget item. I'm able to fit the $3,000 into my services purchased as it is, but I need council to be on board with doing this extensive survey, and actually we would have to follow through and budget in 2027 based on these results that we receive in 2026. So the survey would be in depth saying, are you okay with a slight tax increase to maintain level of services? And so then if somebody says no, it'd be like, okay, to maintain level of services with the increase in costs of everything, as we all know when we go to the grocery store or anywhere, would you be okay that snow is only cleared when there's 8 inches of snow, right? Like, because there is actual impacts. So it sounds great on paper saying level of service is changing, we're gonna decrease it, we're gonna save all this out. Until you have that first major snowfall where we don't maintain level of service, or that the swimming pool is now closed on Sundays, that's where that's where the counselors get the calls. So, but the problem with the survey is if we do it, then we are gonna be tied to the results that they present, and it'll be a big project to get the questions laid out as per council strategic plan and what questions we wanna ask the residents. So my question is if we wanna go ahead with this or not.
Go ahead, Councillor Jagalik.
I'm just wondering what this was previously, at the previous meeting that you all had. What was this rated?
I had it as a 1, it's just the fact that we get so many comments after budget, and if we could get some input from some people, because,
It was a 2.
again, this is not an easy process, and having some voice from citizens and what is important as we move forward. It stayed in because we had it as a 1. It's a 2, sorry, it was a 2.
Okay, so we'll take it out.
I think there was, maybe this is a more fulsome explanation too, because I think, as the mayor indicated, that it's great to be able to have a mechanism for public to be able to be aware or provide feedback into the budget process, but that's only valuable if we're actually going to utilize it. So I guess that would be my caveat, is that I think engaging the public and ensuring that there's an elevated understanding and a complete realization on both sides about what's implicated in the budget, what's included in the budget, and conversely, if we're asking for input, then we would be responding to that input. Those are kind of, don't ask if you don't want to know kind of scenario. So I think it was a 2 last time.
It was a 2, yeah.
And it would be a lot of additional work on our side of the department. So it's presented as we have that Cocorico for the next year, but I would not be heartbroken if we said no to it. I think there's other ways that we can engage the public to get input into budget without having to do an extensive survey. But it's, I did want to present it to council as an option because it is kind of a one-year option right now.
Counselor Lemko, where you at? One? One,
Yeah, I do one this time.
two, Counselor Jagalica, one, Counselor Bajia,
I'll say 2.
two. I'll go one, so
We'll go ahead with it.
go ahead, yeah.
Excellent. Maybe some more work for the municipal intern. We get that. Okay, so then the next ones here are Parks, Rec, and Facilities, and we do have Dan here. The first one is the water truck replacement. It has been removed from the budget, so this is not in the current budget that we're presenting. The second item, number 5, is the ice resurfacer. So it is a $200,000 project, and right now in the 2026 budget is a $55,000. So that's a Zamboni reserve or ice resurfacer reserve. So that is costing in the operating budget $55,000 right now. Another option for this would be, since I think the purchase actually needs to be in 2027 or 2028, we're not gonna be at the full cost of the resurfacer with 2 years worth of transfers to reserve. So another option for here would be to forego on the reserve this year and add this to the 2027 capital plan. And use, like, we could use our LGFF grant funds or CCBF grant funds for that. But just one other option, because,
Well, you're saying kick the can down the road.
well, and that's it. Well, even putting $55,000 per year, if it has to be purchased within the next 2 years, I don't know if Dan can comment, but I do believe that this is something that is looking like needs to be replaced next year or the year after. So we won't quite be, the reserve is nice when we can split it out, and then by the time the year of purchase, it's fully funded. This will not be fully funded by the time we have to purchase it.
But we gotta start someplace because we know. Did we get the oil leak fixed?
Still leaking, cracked the water tank this weekend, so that was a Friday job to fix, just patching her up now.
Does he have a mic?
It is on its way out, we can probably buy a year or 2 more for sure.
Okay, so we'll start down here. Yeah.
I think, yeah, if they can kick it down the road or if they can go down the road and use it for another 2 years, I think, that could be something that we cut out for this year. So I have it as a 3.
Okay. Counselor Jago?
Can I recommend
Yep.
something else? I'd like to recommend something else. I'd like to recommend 100,000, so just making it half. And this way it won't be so much of a impact on future years, so I would cut it by 100,000.
So it's at 55,000 now.
Are we on the same page?
Yeah, well, like, if you look at, so what we've done, we've, put it in to,
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong page.
reserve.
I'm on the ice resurfacer.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so what if you look at this list here,
Okay,
this is what we're proposing at 55,000 this year. And
okay,
just to start a reserve on it. So,
okay. Apologies, I was on the wrong page, so I would definitely recommend to put it back, the whole amount, 55,000.
leave it in.
No, to push it back to.
Okay, so you're a 3 then.
Yeah.
Okay. Counselor Lemko?
Yes, your worship, I'll stick with the 55,000 into reserve.
Okay.
I will stick with it in the reserve as well.
Okay.
Can I ask, Director Saskew, what you're talking about, changing the reserve and using the LGFF? Can you please restate that?
Just noting that if we're only gonna get one more year out of this ice resurfacer, the 55,000 will only bring the net cost down to just under 140. And if we keep the cost higher, I can't remember specifically which one it is, but our grant requirement is 147,000 per project. So if we keep it at the $200,000 level, we could be eligible to use grant funds for next year versus if, we put the 55 in this year and then end up having to use grant funds, then we just have excess in we still have to fully finance most of it because, or not finance, but fully fund it through grants so that we could meet that project requirement. So that was my only addition to it, but once again, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, like we, regardless of the fact, need a new ice resurfacer or need some significant changes to the existing one that we have, which if I'm not mistaken, the repairs on that were similar to purchasing.
And just to reiterate, we can't rent this. This is something that we need to own.
That I never looked into, but I can do that for you. Sandra just popped me that question too.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel we need to put some money into reserves. It's a lot of money.
No, I agree.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't have a good
looks
answer.
like I could be the
Yeah, you're the
tiebreaker.
tiebreaker.
And again, I mean, it's a big part of the operations down there, and I just know from being in this role for a long time, we're gonna have a lot more problems next year than we have this year. So, again, if we don't start someplace, I would like to, see one department within town start looking for some sponsorship to put on that new one and look for a partner and out there that would partner with us on the price of this. But I just know kicking that down the road is not gonna help us right now, because we're gonna have some major breakdown next year on another piece of equipment. So I'm gonna say that it stays in it as one, just for the simple fact that our LGFF funding is always based on 3 years ago and how the province performed. That's the way it's set up. So if we look at the $8 billion to $10 billion deficit we're about to see in this fiscal year, 3 years from now, our grant funding will be way down. So I just don't think if we wait 3 years and try to use capital funds and we're based on the performance of the province for 3 years prior, we are going to be in a big hurt in 3 years when it comes to our funding. So I'm going to leave it in, and I'm going to put a little asterisk beside this that if we do somehow get close to our number here in the next couple of weeks, that we could revisit this. I don't know if this piece of equipment is something that we can rent and how viable that would be, but I do know that being on service club in years gone by here, and that there was a purchase made by a service club, and they had to get like a 10-year advertising on that piece of equipment. And if we can start exploring some opportunities that we can get a service club involved and with the advertising rights to go with it, I think it's something that we should to look at. So for right now, it's staying in. Okay, let's move forward.
Thank you. The next is the South Side Trail enhancement. So we've taken, like I said, administratively, we have worked really hard at cutting costs where we can. Dan had noted that he could probably complete the South Side Trail enhancement with $30,000 instead of the 50. So we've removed 20 from the budget. We've left it at 30. And then as well, we've received funding for can we talk about that? The DOLA? For a Southside DOLA from a grant. I probably let CAO Ling talk about it. Oh, we can't. Okay, never mind. Can't say anything.
We've received the funding. We can't announce who yet, but we've received a $12,500 to go towards the Southside DOLAs, so that will help with the Southside Trail enhancement. So that allowed us to decrease the ask here.
So that'll be good. The soccer fields will no longer be used as a DOLA.
That is the goal.
Okay, so what we're saying here right now, to do some Southside Trail enhancements, we're 30,000 stays in the budget, and I'll start with you, Councillor Braja.
Okay, so I'm just looking at this, 30,000 for 2026 and 50,000 has been removed?
Has been removed.
So it was 80?
It was 50.
It was 75 to start.
Oh, yeah. was 75, then it went to 50, and I removed 50 out of that and replaced it with a 30. What I removed is what I, the
Yeah,
number
we
that was
started
prior.
at 75, we said leave it in at 50 and see what Dad's department could come up with there.
Okay.
And now the 50's been removed and it's at 30, so.
And it's at 30? I would say that I could rate that at a 2.
Okay. Counselor Rudick? 2. Counselor Jagali?
I would love to see, I'm sure administration probably has it, but a map of some sort, just so we know exactly what these funds are going to cover as far as, you know, lineal feet and where on the south side. But I'm a 1 for this. I think that the south side is in need of some of those trails that we have on the north side that benefit us that live up there so much. So I'm a 1.
So we should show a little love to the south side. Yeah, well, that's been the comments up to now too. Counselor Curtis?
1.
Okay, Counselor Lemko?
I'm a 1, Your Worship.
I didn't see it coming.
It's a trail, parks, recreation.
I know.
I'm a 1.
I know. Counselor Wawa?
I just had one question with it. Is it, so there's the trail that goes through like the, whatever you want to call it, swamp or slough or whatever?
The wet
Okay.
wetland?
Is this an attachment to that trail or?
There's a lot of the trail is there. We're gonna, go ahead, Dan.
Yes, there'll be a added portion to it.
Okay. Yeah, then I'd be a 1.
Okay, it looks like that 30,000 stays in and there's an opportunity for some grant money to come in on this to reduce it a bit? Is that what we're saying?
No, we reduced it already because we're receiving the grant money.
I see where we're going. Okay, so next up, we have the security cameras upgrade.
And I might defer this one to Manager Kuzmic to explain a little bit exactly what we're doing with that. I have it as 55,000 in the budget right now.
Yep, and that is to add our cameras at the library, spray park, our parks building. And that's just the price of putting new hardware in there with the Wi-Fi.
We were around $30,000 in vandalism last year at these facilities. I don't know that it will stop the vandalism, but we may be able to capture some images that won't work in court, but we may be able to identify who's doing some of the damages. Anyway, I'm gonna start with you, Counselor Curtis.
I am a 2 on this one.
Okay, Counselor Jagali.
I'm a 2 also, only because I understand that security footage is the norm now in many public spaces. But as Mayor McPhee mentioned, we need to understand the value of what that footage is going to get us in a courtroom. Or, you know, like I see that there's value in it as a deterrent, but I'm going to say a 2 for now.
Okay. Counselor Lemko.
Your Worship, I'm on the fence here. I'll be with 2 right now, depending on how the rest of this goes. But I think it's a necessity. I'm more 1 than I am a 2, but I'll side with the colleagues and go 2.
Okay, Counselor Wawa.
I'm very similar with Councillor Lemko in the fact of being 2, kind of leaning towards 1. My question would be, would we be able to look at it and be like, and figure out which are higher necessity to maybe put cameras and maybe knock down some of the cost, but not all of it, and have cameras in like maybe at the Pasanka Park and say the spray park, but maybe not have at the arena or something like that? Is that a possibility that we could discuss?
I think what we could probably look at, if we were not to do this, is we could keep some options open, leave it with the manager to come up with another solution. I mean, there would be some funding costs. I mean, he does have a bit of some funds available for stuff, but there may be some grant funding available coming up or something like that too that we could look at. So right now you're a 2 is what, okay. Councilor Brajak?
Right now, I would be a 2 as well. I do realize the importance of security and trying to prevent vandalism, but I would be at a 2 right now.
Okay, so this is something that we'll come back to when we find the other $742,000 to cut. Go ahead, Councillor Jagalik.
Sorry, I have one more question. Is this new system replacing cameras in spaces where we already have it, as well as adding cameras in spaces? Like, right now, there's nothing at the splash park, correct?
Adding new cameras.
So this is strictly new cameras in new spaces? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so that one's gonna stay at a 2 right now. Go ahead, Director Saskew.
I just want to clarify that the things that have been removed have already been into this budget. So we're still, since we haven't actually removed anything that was in the 2026 column, we're still at 805. So the 805 was with everything that was already removed.
Yeah, but it was still in the budget.
Yes.
Yeah, so when we
Oh,
get
so
to,
you're saying with the, if we removed out the 55. Okay, that makes
so
more sense.
when we, like, we've got the gist of how this is working. We see where it says removed, we're only working at the ones right now, unless somebody wants to go back and look at any of the other ones, that's fine.
Okay. I wasn't sure where you were getting your number, but that makes sense. So the 805 less 55 is the 750, okay.
Okay. So next up, social center improvements, and this has been this will be the second year, I do believe, that we've left up to the facilities department to spend on what's needed at the social center to try to do some upgrades there. And we get a lot of complaints, you know, over the cutlery and the flatware and some of the conditions in the kitchen. And we're trying to move forward with a bit of a modernization program at the social center. I guess, I mean, it's laid out here what it looks like. And this will be the second year in a row where we've left their discretion at 50. Manager Kuzma, can you tell us what we did last year with the 50?
Sure, still waiting for all our invoices to come in, but we spent about, I'm gonna say roughly 35,000 of that so far. Still waiting to get our counters done. The plan is to get those back counters where the bar is and our serving areas redone. We installed a grease trap, which we had to do. Unfortunately, we had to use some of that money to replace our kitchen furnace. It split the exchanger, and that was another $15,000 to replace. Just waiting for that to come in, replace all the stainless steel behind the kitchen where the stoves were all the tile were falling off, and behind the dishwasher. So still, once we get the new counters put in there, should look a lot better. And then we will move forward with whatever's remaining left in the next month or so and buy a bunch of new utensils and stuff. So serving trays and top it off with that.
Okay, well, since I haven't started yet, I'll start here. I mean, this is a facility that is used a lot, and it's been really showing its age, and it's nice. We've upped the fees that we charge and stuff in there, and myself personally, I think it's a 1 for me, based on the fact that it just needs it. It does need it, so. But we'll start with Councillor Rudick.
I'm going to say 1 with a caveat that if you could do it for less, that I would do that, but I do feel like we've neglected this facility for some time.
I try to do everything for less.
Yeah. Well, we understand that, but it doesn't always work out for you either, so us, just let you. Councillor Curtis.
IMB 2 for this.
Okay. Councillor Lemko.
I'm at 1, Your Worship.
Okay. Councillor Robb.
Just one question for Director Kuzmic. Manager Kuzmic, sorry. Do you guys have an idea of what the next, like right now you're upgrading the kitchen, what would be next to upgrade?
Most definitely. We like to redo all the walls on the inside. The paint's peeling off of that north wall, as you all see. Like to repaint and seal the outside of the building, as well as maybe a little bit of stage work and upgrade the sound system in that building.
I'd be at 1.
Okay. Councillor Jagalik.
Thank you. That answers some of the questions that I had. I just want to clarify, last year there was no exterior work done?
Sorry?
Last year there was no exterior work done, is that correct? Okay. So you mentioned the paint peeling, and I've noticed that many times too. So on that north wall, what is the cause of that? It looks like it's not just old paint that's peeling. It looks like there's water damage there.
So there probably is seepage from the outside. Most of these concrete buildings should be every 5 years max resealed. And I don't think that's been happening, and it's just plain chemical.
Okay, so you're thinking exterior walls or roof?
Walls, it's coming through the concrete.
It's coming through the concrete, okay.
It's block wall.
I'm a 1 for sure, but I just want to comment on this a little bit more just because I'm in this facility a lot. And you mentioned the sound system, which was going to be a top priority for me. I feel like any event that's in there, they're having to hire a separate entity to provide sound for them. And even recently, I had multiple comments from an event that I was working where they had an auctioneer, and they said they were using the existing sound system in there, and they had to just scrap it, and they were just shouting across the hall. So I feel like a proper sound system in there, given the amount of events that are there, everybody is utilizing the sound system. So I think for me, that would be a priority. And then this also says flooring. Is that on your list, or?
Yeah, what I want to do is just resand those floors. So every so many years, we haven't buffed them all clean and re-waxed them. And that's what we want to get to do next year as well.
Okay, and then last question, you mentioned stage work. To what extent are you?
Yeah, I'd like to brighten that stage up a bit, maybe do the front where we're looking at it. It looks all old and needs to be refinished and brightened up.
Okay. Yeah, like I mentioned, I'm a 1 for sure. I think those hit a lot of the points for me that need a fresh face on them. So I'm a 1.
Okay, Councillor Broadjack?
I'll also rate this as a number 1, and with the top priority being the sound system for sure. That's been an ongoing issue, I think, at least for, as far as I can remember. It
Well, we
doesn't-
spend money on it
Did you?
every year. It just never gets fixed.
It never gets
Just to
fixed.
redo that system, just keep in mind, it'll be anywhere from $30,000 to
It's something like the
$5,000.
rotary clock that we can never get fixed. Anyway, I would rate this as a 1.
Thank you.
I mean, we've spent money on that sound system for eternity. It needs something to stop the squelch when you're right underneath the speaker. It needs someone to come in and say, here's what your big problem is. Because we have spent money there. I mean, I know the community doesn't see it, but we certainly have. And we've just never been happy with what the outcomes were, so.
And there may be bits and pieces we can use of the current system too, so to cut down on that cost.
Okay, so, that's gonna stay in there, it's a 1. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the next one we have is the recreation and facilities software replacement. So we have changed it from $50,000 ask to 15. What has happened here is our Public Works Department has started and subscribed to Limble, which we can adopt for our facilities. So that's actually in process already. So we don't need to purchase a new program for facilities maintenance, but we still do need to look at the cost for a new rec software. So the intelligence is what we're using right now. It's not been a great transition. It's not been a very good program. When our Max Galaxy came to end of life, this is a perfect example of why it's important to adopt ERP solutions early or at least on time. We were basically left with what was available for implementation, because Max Galaxy, I'm pretty sure we barely even went live with intelligence before Max Galaxy stopped working. I think we had to take handwritten notes on a few weeks at the pool. So the 15,000 would allow us to make that transition to a new software program while maybe having some parallel running of the prior program. And then right now we're on a month to month with the current program. So with the funds that we have allocated to that program in the year, we can make do with changing over with 15,000. And this is completely separate from the town's ERP. They need facilities booking, swimming lesson booking, like all of those different functionalities, which just it is not offered by something that a municipality would use for water bills and property taxes. Or at least we haven't found one yet that is not very expensive, like what a city would use.
That's right. Also with this program, it would give us the ability to go online, have all our programs, people can register, pay online, book your swimming lessons. My hope is to get that all set up and to make sure they can rent our hall spaces. Anything, any program or rec thing we do, we can book it and pay for it right then and there.
So it was at 50, it's been reduced to 15, and it's in there right now in the overall budget at 15.
Correct.
And we're hoping that this piece of software will work better than the non-existing one that we had that paid money for that didn't work,
Yes.
or we didn't know how it worked. Okay, well, so this is in the costing already at 15, the reduced rate, and we'll start with Councillor Lemko.
Your worship, I'm a 1.
One.
Oh, playing games, 1.
I'm a 1, but can you just clarify for me a little bit more? You went from 50 to 15, and you said that this will allow you to transition to the new software. The 15 is going to allow you to transition and use it to the full extent?
That's correct. The 50 also included a facilities software, another software, which in the process of us talking about that, Director Lefebvre was noting that we had switched to Limble for our vehicles and that they had a building component. So we've already purchased that software, and then just with an additional add-on, which we worked into our budget, we're able to do that. So that's how the cost significantly decreased.
Okay, so this will be a one-time fee of 15,000.
Yeah, and then the remaining fees, it's just because we have to kind of operate both programs at the same time for the transition period.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll be a 1 on this one as well.
Okay,
Excellent. Okay, so the pond fountains have been removed because they're gonna be paid out of the 50,000.
oh, well, what 50,000?
Oh no, I'm in the wrong one.
Yeah, it does say that,
It does say that.
yeah.
So I'll just update everybody on that too. I believe the Lions Club is just gonna repair the old one. So it'll cost us maybe a little bit, couple grand out of that, but I'll take that out of existing budget.
Oh, so you're existing.
There- So what we were looking at was the fountains to be replaced, the pumps, and then have the ability to have color in the spray itself at that cost. But now, with the, you've got a conversation with the Elks, and they're just gonna fix what they have.
That's right.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, we've also pulled out item number 11, the lights upgrade in the library gym. Item 12, the fire hall fans. We replaced half of them this year, and they are offering better circulation. So, us discussing at SMT, that could be put off, or if not, completed in the future. The post office stair replacement has also been removed, item number 13. We have fixed those stairs that were decrepit on the north side over the mailbox already. So we actually just fully removed the stairs and left the portion of the stairs going into the building. Everyone at the post office had noted that they don't use that after hours drop box. So those have been removed because we fixed the problem as it was in 2025. The Riverside Ballpark bleachers have also been removed, noting that they could be pushed to a future year. That was something that we had done in SMT. If there is any comments about these wanting to be put back into the budget, I'm open to hear them. And same thing, the town office elevator gap, that will be completed, but we are able to work it into our facility budget for repairs under the administrative building. So it'll be tight for other things. There won't be other little upgrades done, but we can work that into the admin budget.
Okay, so on 10 to 15, is there anybody who wants to have a conversation about the ones that have been removed? Okay, and again, they're already removed from that overall price to begin with, so. Okay, let's move forward at 16.
Okay, so we are moving right on to protective services. So if you look at the blue tab in your binder, this was originally presented as a $20,000 budget. Sorry, I missed the removal on that one. So that included replacing AEDs, so we had all of the same brand, and first aid kits for areas that we were noted to not have proper first aid kits. Now we only have the $4,000 in for the first aid kits. AEDs, while it would be nice if they were all the same across all buildings for our safety side of documentation, they all still work and they're all fairly user-friendly. Like anyone that has been trained on first aid and AEDs would be able to use each one of these. So as we go forward, we will be replacing the AEDs to be all the same brand. But as of right now, as our SMT discussion, we are just leaving them as is, not spending additional funds for something that still is working.
Anybody opposed to leaving this in? Okay, move forward.
Okay, so item 17 is personal protective equipment. Oh, I flipped twice. I'm like, oh, that's not the right one. So this is $20,000, and this is for the purchase of PPE related for our fire services.
This has always been, in the last few years, excuse me, a $27,000 ask to replace bunker gear. When we had an influx of new volunteers, we were short fire gear. So now the existing fire chief, we've sat down and we've had a conversation. We would like to just put $20,000 into the operating budget annually for them to order new gear as required. Like, for example, I'm going to pick on Jameson for a minute. Jameson's 6'4", his son is 6'6". Their bunker gear does not come off the rack. So they have to, is more specialty than others. Bunker gear that gets damaged and needs repair, the repairs aren't exactly budget friendly sometimes, depending on the damage to the equipment. So this will just be an annual operational budget for them to get what they require.
Okay, we'll start with Councillor Lemko.
Thanks, Your Worship. Being a proponent of fire service in my time, is there an opportunity to find out a total of all the amount of bunker gear that we have? I understand that each fireman has 2 sets, and that's not the case.
That's not the case. We do not have 2 sets for everyone. I do know that they were working on an inventory. I don't have that information at the ready, but I can definitely get that for council.
And I'm not against the need for bunker gear, but it appears in the last little while that we've spent a lot of money on gear over there. And I know the cost of gear has just gone through the roof as it was high before. So I'm not opposed to this at all. I just want to get a grasp of what we have and what the future looks like. What are we heading? Like, how many sets of bunker gear? And because we have hoses and nozzles and everything else that is just, so is this part of the operating? Which I can't imagine that's enough money, so, anyway.
From the discussions that I had with the fire chief, that they feel $20,000 is enough to maintain their levels of inventory that they have right now and deal with the repairs and the replacements that they need to as the gear wears out or gets damaged.
Okay,
I'm a 1.
okay, Councillor Curtis.
I'm a 2 for this.
Okay. Councillor Rudy.
I'm a 2 too. I appreciate the explanation. It's not 2 plus 2. I'm a 2 also. I do feel like we are asked for, we've been asked the last number of years for funding for this particular line item, and I'd like to have a better sense of what it is and what the state of affairs is currently.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a 2 as well, and we've put a lot of money into bunker gear over the last few years, and I'm not in favor of giving the $20,000 at their own discretion. We've just seen some spending there, but with other property tax money and stuff we were never in favor. Had we known that's where the money was gonna be spent, we would never okayed it, so I'll be a 2 for right now.
I'll be a 2 as well, pending notification of an inventory list to see if indeed the 20,000 is required this year. And if there is enough evidence that they do need the 20,000, I would be inclined to move my vote up to a 1, but for now, a 2.
Councillor Jagalik?
Thank you. Yeah, I will be a 2 as well. I definitely see the value in granting the fire hall an operating budget such as this. However, I think the fact that they aren't coming to us with that $27,000 ask because they need to replace the equipment, that to me is a good sign that they're kind of maybe at a better threshold than they were before. So I'm going to stay a 2 just because I have a feeling later we're going to come back to operating budgets like this and make some tweaks.
Councillor Walla?
I think I'd be a 2 as well.
Okay, so we'll leave that one at a 2. Now, the AFRAC has been removed.
Yes, we've removed the AFRAX radio. Just after speaking with the fire chief, at this time, buying $32,000 worth of radios a year is a little piecemeal at this point. So they feel that they have enough AFRACs that they can function the way they need to right now. And so they'll just forego purchasing any more at this time.
How much were they per unit? Does anybody recall?
They're around, I think $5,000 per radio.
Who wants to go here? I mean, it's been removed. Is anybody want to have a discussion about it? No? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Curtis.
If they're willing to say that they're gonna be able to operate without it this year, I'm fine with removing it. They would know best.
Okay. Number 19.
Okay, this is the enforcement database. Excuse me. This is for municipal enforcement, and this would be a new program to currently replace Omnigo and their ticketing system, which is Smart Squad. The original ask was for $29,000. We've reduced the ask now to an extra $10,000, or just $10,000. And that would allow us to purchase the new system, and using the annual subscription that we need for Omnigo and Smart Squad, that would cover the remaining costs to get the system up and running. Because for the first year, the cost breakdown for the first year is almost $20,000, $19,811. So between ask of $10,000 and the subscription for Smart Squad, and that we will have more than enough to purchase the new system and have it installed. And then the annual cost for this subscription is going to be $8,760, which is actually cheaper annually than the other two systems combined.
And they may be generating some income with these tickets.
Yes, this does make the system a lot easier. It cuts down on the amount of duplication of work that they have to do when it comes to inputting into the computers.
Okay, so first of all, does anybody have any questions about this equipment? Go ahead, Councillor Roella.
My only question was just, so with this Nagao or whatever, it says for 4-year licensing, so is that ending this year then, or?
We renew it every year.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's 4 licenses because there was 4 people that needed in there. You had your two CPOs, the manager, and the administrative support.
Anybody, well, we'll start with Councillor Brajek.
I would keep that at a 1 this year for the 10,000. Yeah.
Councillor Rudick.
I'll keep it as 1. Appreciate that the price tag has changed, taking into account the existing costs, so we're not overcharging.
Okay. Councillor Lemko.
Your worship, I'll stay as a 1. It's pretty difficult to make cuts to your budget when it's items like this.
Yes, for sure. Councillor Wawa.
Yeah, I'll be a 1 as well.
Okay. Councillor Jagalik. Councillor Curtis.
Don't really matter, but a 1.
It does matter. Everybody wants to know what you have to say, so. Okay, so number 20 is the LiDAR speed radar.
Yes, this is currently, this was currently a maybe from council, although I did receive another quote from a different company, and we could reduce that ask by $1,000. The other company came in cheaper. But again, it's up to council.
So this is a radar system where they could jump out from behind a tree and get you, right?
Yes, this is a handheld radar system. That means that they don't have to be in the vehicle. They can use it like the RCMP do, where they set up speed traps, and they're outside their vehicles. Right now, their current radar only works when they're sitting in the vehicle.
Okay. Councillor Riddick.
I'm going to say 1. The revenue that we've generated is worth it.
We have been generating some revenue lately, that's for sure. Councillor Rawa.
I'd be 1 as well.
Councillor Lemko.
Your worship, I'm a 1 with the amount of speeders in our community. This is another opportunity to slow the traffic down, keeps our community safe.
The safety angle, yeah. Councillor Rudick may be one of those people. Councillor Curtis.
I am a 1.
Councillor Brajek.
And your worship, I'm a 1 as well. I think it'll provide a little bit of extra safety. They don't have to worry about where they park their cars, so I'm a 1.
Like in some playground areas, the
Yes.
truck won't be so
The truck won't be,
visible.
it won't be visible, so I'm a 1.
Councillor Jagalik.
I'll be a 1 as well.
That one stays in. I see we've taken out the enforcement vehicle.
Yes, the enforcement vehicle has been removed.
Very nice.
I will make one comment. There is still a $20,000 transfer to reserve in the budget for the enforcement vehicle. It's $20,000 per year, so they were originally purchasing every 5 years. The current reserve balance, if you hold that thought one moment, in relation to the economic, or the municipal enforcement is, fleet. Municipal enforcement is at 67,000, so as of 2026, it'll be at $87,000. So they're close.
They'll be ready to go with it. Okay, and that's just so for the new council, those reserves are already put in place so that every 5 years there should be enough to purchase a vehicle. This was a little out of the norm, this request, but we had, I think it was a 3 on everybody's list, so it's out of there. Number 22.
Okay, this is for the radar sign, and you'll see from the pictures in there, all this is just, it is not like our speed signs that we already have in the community. All this is a lit, a sign that will flash, the lights will flash if they're going over the speed limit that's posted. It's not gonna tell them how quick they're going. It just brings attention to the fact that there's a speed sign there that states it's 50 kilometers, you are going over that. And the request was for, this to be put at the 47th Street Playground Zone, just to be there at all times. Because our speed signs do move around, and, every time we move it off the, that road, we get requests to put it back, so.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just have a bit of a question about this. So we had talked quite extensively about 47th Street, but I'm not, maybe I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see that this was an additional one to sort of address the concerns that we've had from the public. We'd had requests to reduce the speed zone coming into town. We'd had conversation about speaking to our neighboring municipality to ensure that the signage is very clear. I mean, I'm sure everybody went and drove that stretch afterwards, and it is clearly marked. It's just behavior needs to change. So this would be in addition to the one that floats around. I think the other one is currently on the south side right now.
Yeah, we have two of those that float around, and actually, one is on the south side and
One's on 47th
one's on
Street right
47th.
now. Yep,
Okay.
it's back.
Okay, so there would be two total?
No, this,
these-
this would be one sign,
It's permanent.
and it's
That would be
permanent there.
Okay, so the floating ones would still exist? This
Yes.
would be an additional one? Okay, thank you.
But it doesn't register your speed. It only flashes when you're speeding. It doesn't do anything else other than flash.
So we can't keep the statistics, because that actually I thought was kind of helpful about
Yeah,
the 47th Street to be able to go out and do, because I mean, legitimately, the reason that we are doing speed traps or doing speeding tickets is to change behavior. And this is also tied to changing behavior, and the statistics of the inordinate amount of speed that people were driving down 47th Street was alarming.
Yeah, and this is just a permanent reminder to them. So as they hit that, whether it's put on the 30 for the playground zone, whether it's put on the 50 for, as you're coming in from the north, heading south, it could be there that there's a speed change and stuff like that. It's up to where we put it, but again, it wasn't asked from the public, so that's why it was brought forward.
just so everybody knows, the other two that we move around that have your speed on it, they have the ability to track the data too. So when they take them down and they print off the data, we've seen some incredible speeds that have been recorded there.
Yeah, and those signs are around $15,000.
So, sorry, Your Worship, I'm jumping in early. I guess I would just be concerned, I appreciate this is answering part of the concern from the public, but without the data to be able to support it, I don't know that it's getting the results that we want to. So I just want to make sure that if we agree to this sign, that we still find a way to be able to track how fast people are moving down that road, because it is one of the major routes in and out of town, and it is perpetually an area of concern for residents.
More than anything, the way I see this, the complaints that we've seen lately is people that are entering the town, 47th Street from the north, going south. So we don't ever turn our sign that way, like their other sign, we never mount it the other way. So this one here would be in the 50 kilometer zone. If they're going over 50 before they get to 59th Avenue, then it would be flashing there because, you know, like you're really going fast here. You know, sort of takes away from the LiDAR radar, but, okay, so, again, we know it doesn't generate your speed on but what it would do is would identify that you are speeding with, through a flashing light, a warning system. And we've had some complaints about people that are coming down from the north, and we don't have anything facing that way, so. We'll start with Councillor Jagala.
Can someone enlighten me on previous conversations about specifically that intersection? There's no, besides the change of speed when you're entering town on 47th Street coming from the north. Besides the change of speed signs, has there been any discussion about turning that intersection into a four-way stop? Have we discussed speed bumps? I know that the vast majority of the community might not, appreciate that, who are abiding by the traffic signs. But given that it is, even just as a resident, not being on council, I've heard many, many complaints about this area specifically. So if we're continuously getting the same complaints year after year, it's a high traffic area, foot traffic area with the playground, the ODR, the walking paths. Given that it's on the outskirts of town, traffic are entering from highway speeds. What has previous discussions included besides just posting traffic signs? Because I guess my concern is, and I live in this area, so I can hear excessive speeds typically at nighttime. So if I'm one of those people, a flashing sign with the same posted speed limit that is, 50 feet down the road, if it's late at night or if, there doesn't seem to be anyone else around, I don't know that that's going to deter me. So this is a small ask budget-wise, but I guess I'm just questioning, if we're trying to change behavior, is this truly going to be an effective way to do it? And have we discussed those other options before?
Well, the change of behavior is somebody that actually would care. That's whose behavior you would change. Somebody's like, oh shit, I forgot about it. It's this fast. So we've had a few complaints and not a lot over the years about that side, like the coming from the north. Some of the recommendations that came with the complaints, the two complaints we had, was to have a four-way stop at at the landfill road where town starts, where we reduced to 50 there, about putting in a four-way stop there. It's also a pretty main corridor too for large equipment moving in and out of town, farming equipment and stuff. I mean, I don't know, is it a truck route there too? Are trucks allowed there? Large trucks?
I think it is heading out to the landfill. Also, the other, one thing to note is that intersection is a shared intersection with the county. So any discussions of a four-way stop there, we have to have with the county as well, because with the four corners, they control two, we control two. So.
I'll go first if that's okay with you.
Sure.
I'll be a 1 because, like I said, it's a small budget ask, but I think we have to have those conversations. I think, even if it is a trucking route, if Director Lefebvre confirms that, you're still entering a municipality. You might be coming in off the road with large equipment, but you're entering our town boundary, and then you're immediately going into a playground zone. So I think that's probably where a lot of those concerns come from. And I think this sign is going to alleviate some of the accidental breach of speed limit, but I think a lot of those complaints, I imagine, come from those that are intentionally going over the speed limit. So I'm a 1.
And probably breaking some noise rules as well with those vehicles. Councilor Roava.
I'll be a 2. I definitely did hear a lot of complaints about this. I will say, though, I'm not 100% sure on how much it will be effective. As someone who has maybe tested the speeds on that road a few times, I will say the one in the playground area definitely is effective. As when I see how my speed go, I'm like, oh wow, I need to slow down sometimes. So I do see the benefit of it. I'm just unsure of how much use it'll be, as mentioned there, how much use it'll be entering into town from that other side.
Okay. Councilor Brajak.
I'll be a 1 as well on this line item, and I concur with Councillor Jagalik regarding the four-way stop sign. I think when people are entering into town from the north, it's easy to forget that you have to slow down right to 50, and then again slow down for the playground zone. So I definitely would like to have that conversation with the county to initiate a four-way stop at that intersection.
Okay. It is a truck route? Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. They have to slow down too.
Okay.
I'm gonna say one, but I would like to put a pin into, when we're talking about public safety, this is one of those things that we should maybe put as a conversation piece with the county, as well as a larger conversation about actually what public safety looks like, so I'm one.
Okay, Councilor Curtis,
One as well.
Councilor Lamco.
Your worship, I'm a one, and I concur with Councilor Jagalik and Braziak that the thought of a four-way stop at that, not at the county intersection, but at 59th and 47th, which is ours, and we wouldn't have to talk to anybody about it. It's just a block away. I think it's important to slow people down, especially in that area. And this radar sign can be implemented on Maple Street as well, where the traffic coming from the south is exceeding, and I walk the trail and I know exactly how fast those guys are going. And it's faster than the posted speed limit. Again, on Birch as well.
So you're saying that go ahead and purchase equipment, but install it on a different location? It's not something that moves around?
It isn't? Oh, then let's buy 3. Sorry. We can put it at 47th to start with and see how it works. And if it does things, then we can, down the road, look at other options. But we need to slow traffic down in this community because it's, and with the speed gun and the other signage and stuff, people need to understand that speed limits, and maybe we can afford it if our safety officers are working in town.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's gonna stay there. Next up is 23. Yeah, oh, go ahead, Councilor Jagalik, sorry.
Sorry, I just want to say one more thing. At the very beginning of that conversation, Councillor Rudick asked about data collection on that. So I just want to remind that if we can get data on that, and there's some way to prove how effective this sign is, I would like to see that, because during my campaign, I had multiple people in other areas, like along 50th Street, express the same concerns. So if this proves to be an effective method, I think going forward, we know we can come back to this, for $6,000 for a permanent sign. I think there's a lot of value in that. So I just wanted to remind administration if we can look into collecting data in some way.
And
This device doesn't have the capability to do.
yes, it does.
It does?
Where I was looking and flipping through the pages to see that, Director Saskew pointed out that with an SD card, it will take the data.
So we're buying the upgraded version of this.
Would just have to put it in an SD card. It allows continuous recording of 10+ years of detailed traffic statistics. All information is stored in Excel compatible files.
Perfect. Well, that is a lot better than what I initially thought. Okay, so we're going to 23.
Okay, 23 is the dash and body cams. This works out, it's a ask of $30,000 or $38,000 USD, which comes out to about 53,000 Canadian. This is to replace both vehicle in-car cams and body cams. So the 2 body cams and the 2 vehicle cams, plus the programming that goes with it. We currently have body cams for our CPOs that run it. Basically, we just download the video from it, and our dash cams have reached their end of life and are no longer able to be upgraded, like the program's upgraded and serviced. And as we move on to Microsoft Windows 11, we're still having to keep computers that will run Windows 7 to be able for us to use this program. So this is, it is essentially a one-time purchase. The company will allow us to pay this over a term of 5 years. There was a couple questions at the last budget meeting, And it was like, what happens if something happens to one of the body cams? You get out of the vehicle, it falls off your vest, and it gets damaged. And when we got back to the company, they basically said that body cams, everything is replaceable in that 5 years, and at their cost. They understand that accidents happens and body cams get run over, so they, that 5-year payment plan covers the cost of everything for 5 years. Council also asked us to get a price from Motorola and from Axon, which are the two companies that the RCMP use as well. Unfortunately, we have not received the price back from Axon yet, but the price from Motorola is very comparable at $49,080, and that is it's a 5-year service, but you have to pay at once.
Go ahead.
Is this something that Alberta municipalities does their joint purchasing for?
We have not been able to find out that information. We've asked, and either we haven't asked the right people, or we don't have, we haven't gotten a yes or no yet, but we may not have asked the right people.
And the province might be also another option. I just feel like, obviously, we want to make sure that our staff are safe. We want to make sure that the public is protected simultaneously. This is just, obviously, we want to make sure that we're making the best purchases possible, particularly because if we're each municipality going and doing the research and purchasing, in this case, joint procurement, particularly on an item like this, might require a higher level of expertise and oversight than we can dedicate potentially.
And it's quite possible we can. At this time, we just haven't been able to find out.
Okay.
Okay, well, so you're asking for us to include $30,000 in this year's budget as well as the next 4 years.
This year,
This year has 30,000, and then 27 and 28 has 7,100.
okay,
Does that match?
no, the contract would be 40% the first year, and then 15% the following 4 years.
Okay, so what's 40%?
So initially, it was 120,000.
No, it would be, the cost is 38,
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong, I'm looking at a vehicle here.
38,000 US, so that's about 53,000, we've figured it out. 53,000. The first year would be about 21,200. And then the following years,
I think we found $9,000.
how did I do that? Percent. Would be about $8,000 annually after that. No, Canadian.
8,000. Okay, so then I could change this year's ask from 30 to 21.2. So that would be just about $9,000.
So, 2 body cams, 2 vehicle cams.
Yes. And that, I'm pretty sure that included. Yes, and includes everything for the install, so.
Canadian.
Canadian, because we're saying it's approximately $53,000 Canadian to do both systems, or like both vehicles and both officers. So 40% of 53,000 is 21 and change.
Do we, just an additional comment, do we know if there's gonna be duties on bringing those over? Because I feel like that's where we originally got the 30 from. because it's coming from the states. I don't know if it's an exempt supply. I don't think anything's exempt right now.
Yeah. That I'm unsure of.
I think that's where we got the 30. We do apologize. This has been,
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Chagall.
Yeah, that is my question. So this estimate that's attached here, this is a US company. Perhaps this was asked at the previous managers meeting, but is there no Canadian company that we can
They're all
utilize for this?
American.
They're all American. And then, so you said Motorola, you got the estimate from that, that's American?
Yes.
And so that's $49,080 US. So what would, that one you said though has to be paid all at once?
Yes,
The
that one
Motorola,
needs, this one doesn't say, sorry, this one doesn't say, US dollars, so it may be Canadian dollars. But it is, there is no payment terms.
Okay,
So you would be purchasing all the equipment up front and then paying your annual fees.
Go ahead, Director Saskew.
I'm just looking, so there is a portion of this that is the service contract, so there's no duties on that. The price of the goods is the 13.5, so that
That's the same. They allow us to take 5 years to
they allow us, okay.
Yes, and I have that email that states that right here.
13.5.
Seems like a lot of cameras for mostly dandelions and stuff.
Is it? I know it says that we have to have this, but
Who said that?
it says in the explanation here that the government mandates us to have video. So I feel like maybe there's enough question here in terms of like the application of the item as well as like determining what the item is, that, is it possible to refer this back to administration? I mean, we're not talking about $5,000. It's a fairly extensive purchase, and I do feel like it opens this up to other potential challenges too. Like this, I feel like is hard for Vegreville to make this decision on our own, particularly when there's lots of other municipalities that need to make this decision. I'd be happy to have this come back possibly and maybe push this back up to the province. Like, if this is their requirement, maybe they need to help us figure out how best to purchase this.
Well, what do you think their response would be?
They're gonna say pound sand, pay for it yourself,
then-
but,
then what's
but I
the-
do feel like it's fine for us to keep reminding the province that if this is a requirement, that we push it back up, and maybe in the meantime, we can see if there's some kind of joint procurement or some recommendation that comes from the province or other municipalities, just because it is onerous for our admin to have to try to figure out what's the best way to do this.
Wonder what legislation this is captured under for the bylaw officer to have this.
It would probably be under the,
I would say under the Highway Traffic Act.
well,
I could see that there be mandated, but I don't know how they would mandate it.
well, and keep in mind as well, your worship, we don't have bylaw officers, we have community peace officers, which fall under different legislation.
Okay, so we're getting close to lunch here, so we got a long ways to go. Is there anybody that needs any more information on these dash and body cams that you would like to get some more information, or do you have a comment? More information?
Yes, please. I would just like us to confirm if Motorola's price is Canadian or US. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll wait until we get some more information on
So we're just taking it out for now?
them. Huh?
We're taking it out for now?
It's gonna have that asterisk beside it, that's for sure. Okay, the wayfinding is next.
Okay, so wayfinding, this is phase 2 of 3. As a reminder, there was a $150,000 expense in current year, but 75 of that was funded. So this year, it's a $150,000 ask with an additional, it's basically an additional 75 to our budget. I maybe will let Jameson have some comments about that, because with our existing signage agreement, if we don't purchase more signs this year, we would have to like kind of start all over again and repay for all the design. They only keep it for 1 year, so I pass that over.
Sure, thank you, Director Saskew. So the company that we worked with, and this was a process that went through public tender. We had, if memory serves, 11 sign manufacturers, fabricators from all over Canada, predominantly Alberta and British Columbia, submit bids. And essentially what this company has, guaranteed that the preliminary work that went into the installation of the signs, meaning the fonts, the colorings, the specific design on the backing of the signs, that they would keep that for 1 year. After that, the process starts all over again. They're not going to hang on to the designs, and that was about a 3-month process going back and forth about how the sign reflects, the exact colors, all of that. So if we don't do it this year, but proceed, let's say, in 2 years, we're starting again, and we're starting with, probably substantially more cost. Never mind probably, absolutely, because that was a 3-month process.
But if we were to lower our purchase power this year, if we said we were gonna go with $100,000 worth of new signs, it would still, our obligation moving forward would still be there.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. We would be fulfilling our end of continuing the signage. 100,000 would still do quite a bit of damage in terms of putting up signage.
Some of the bigger signs are in now. Some of this now will be identifying the certain facilities with this, so the signs won't be as big.
As a point of clarity, the specific facility signage, that was going to be phase 3 of this project. The second phase was going to be 857 and Maple Street, trying to connect all of those main points into and out of Vegreville. That's what we were intending to do. Now, we can focus on one or less signage throughout. That's certainly up to the discretion of council in terms of how much they'd like to invest into this project. But as Director Saskew alluded to, it was probably worth noting that if we decide to scrap it, this isn't probably good use of dollars if we plan on re-kicking the program up in a year or two's time.
Well, I think for those of us who've been here for a while, we've been waiting for this project to move forward for a few terms now. I just noticed what we were trying to take out of the budget and what we've succeeded at so far is basically nothing. So I would propose that maybe for this year that we look at $100,000 budget and to see what that looks like moving forward.
That's doable.
Go ahead, Councilor Curtis.
Thank you very much. Would that reduce the potential amount for the grant?
There's no guarantee that there is a grant.
Sure, but we got 75 before, which was basically 50% of what we were gonna budget anyway. Does this change that?
So what we got last year was 90,000 through the SEOP, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but from what I've heard, it's not coming back. And we've also had conversations about the NRED grant and what the town of Vegreville may be doing to that, and that may already be allocated for a different project. So I haven't seen any grant funding come across my desk. That doesn't mean that it's not there. That would help offset the cost of this project, again, with SEOP potentially, and from what I have been told from a reliable source, definitely not being on the table this year. Typically, though, how some of these grants have worked is that there needs to be that initial contribution. So whether it's 150 or 100, we do have that as a budget line that we could start going after different types of grants. And that is something I can task my team with, and seeing what's out there, trying to unearth all sorts of different options. But just so council's clear, what got us from 150 to 240 for this year's project, that 90, it won't be an option this year.
Okay, how about this? How about we look at this at $100,000 request to keep the project moving forward, and we're not losing much momentum, I would say, and then we're still, our obligation with this sign company, everything stays. And if there's a grant opportunity that needs some matching dollars, you could bring it back to council because we have ways to spend outside the budget. It's a special ask, but we can make that work.
Fair enough. Yeah, absolutely.
What does everybody think of that? Okay, go ahead, one? Where are you at, Counselor?
I was gonna ask for a lower cost, so I can live with 100. Yep.
Okay,
I'm good with 100 as well.
okay. Counselor Jacques?
I'll be on board with that. I understand you guys have worked hard on that in the previous term, so I think the signs look great.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Brajak.
And I'm also a 1 on that one.
Okay, so we'll reduce that to 100, and again, if something else, Jameson, that your department finds, don't be afraid to bring it, because if it's the matching dollars that are needed, and it just moves this project along a lot faster, then we will certainly find a way. Go ahead, Director Saskia.
And just to add to that, so in the event that we, between now and when budget is passed, find a grant that we can apply into, what we can do is we can increase the expenditure to match what the expected grant would be. So then in the event that we are not successful obtaining the grant after the budget is approved, we will only spend for the portion that is covered by Town of Vegreville funds. So that is something that we can easily do, but we would first need to locate a grant that we can apply to.
Yeah, for sure, okay. Okay, so that's where we're at. We still got a few minutes here. 25.
So this is the enhanced advertising marketing for $75,000. And once again, I will let Jameson allude to this, but I'll take it away.
Sure, thank you. Essentially, this is the budget that we're using to market our town-owned land. It's probably worth noting that this is a very competitive game, the industrial parks game. And so whether it be digital campaigns, whether it be the Edmonton International Airport adjacent billboard, whether it be print campaigns for the last year, as well as, hopefully this year, council has granted this department an opportunity to aggressively market these lands. Right now, we're in the midst of a digital campaign. Now, again, you probably won't see these ads because they're not targeted to you. You know that the land's for sale, that would be kind of a waste of the dollars and cents. But we have seen, even just a couple of weeks ago, we had a potential investor come through our doors based out of Niagara Falls who had seen the ads, and it could very well lead to a sale, right? I mean, you don't know what you don't show, and that's what this money's for.
Has everybody seen the sign out by the airport when you're heading north? I showed Councillor Brajak, she's on the way back from Calgary the other day. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I get a lot of comments from other elected officials in the province that notice how we're everywhere in social media and our advertising and where we're at. I do believe that this is, and myself personally, is well spent money. So, I mean, once we see some more buildings and stuff taking place out there, maybe, we can back off a little bit, but I think for now we're got to stay in the game. Anyway, we'll start with you, Councillor Lemko.
I'm a 1 for sure. I think we can't take our foot off the gas pedal.
Okay, Councillor Wawa.
I agree. We've got to be a 1 as well. And I just comment on it. The signs do look awesome. Seen the one, as you mentioned, by the airport.
Okay, Councillor Jagala.
I'm a 1 as well, but Manager Brown, if you could just comment, the budget you had last year was $75,000. Did you spend all of those funds?
You'll actually be getting a bit of an update on that tomorrow, because apparently it's my time for quarterly reports. But I'll let the cat out of the bag and say that as of right now, beg your pardon, I'm trying to work the camera and have a conversation. As of right now, we're at $62,000. And the intent is to go all the way up to 75. If I ask for it, my intent is to always find a way to I don't want to use the term burn, because that would insinuate that I'm not using the money responsibly. But the digital campaign is expected to go into mid-December, which will allocate all of those funds.
Okay, Perfect. That's why I asked, just if we're gonna allocate this amount, I think the proof is in the pudding that if you've been able to find ways to spend it effectively, then it's worth keeping it at what it was last year.
Thank you. Counselor Curtis?
Definitely a 1 for me.
Project.
And I'm a one on this as well. I believe that the advertising, if we don't do it, you know, show it, build it, and they will come.
Okay. Counselor Rudick?
I'm a 1 and would encourage anybody that is curious to make sure that we listen to follow-up reports like tomorrow's meeting to be able to see the results of the work and the advertising.
Okay, number 26 has been removed, the replacement bikes for Borrow the Bike program at the Vic. Huh?
Someone's already borrowed it.
Yeah, they're gone. So we've had a little change in the way we operate at the Vic. So we now charge a very minimal cost for the boats and for the mini golf. The bike program was free, but the bikes they got a lot of work. And to replace the bikes with a much better version of what we had is not cheap. So I think for now we're looking at what we can do to, it's not that far to downtown on the walking system and stuff. So is there anybody that wants to consider putting these back in? Okay, seeing none, we'll be fine. Okay, well, we're at 12. Is there fair to say that we could have a half an hour break, have a lunch, and get back to work? Okay, then let's make it happen. Let her work. Let her buck. Okay, folks, it's 3 minutes to 1. We're back from lunch. Next up is number 27. No, I guess 27 up to 32 is covered in the capital grants.
So 27, the hydrovac reserve transfer has been removed. That was an
Okay.
item 3.
Okay,
And then items, and I'll let Director LaFave comment on that if he would like, but I am going to comment on 28 through 32. So 28 and 30 are both initiatives that is a net cost of 0 to our operating budget. The overlay being if we don't receive the grant, we're not going ahead with it, so that's covered as nil. And then if we do receive the grant, there may be an additional ask of council in 2026 to cover the town's portion of it. But for budgeting purposes, it's 0. Riverside Cemetery Bank design, that is also 0 because we have a revenue and an expenditure in the budget. So in the event that we don't get that grant, we won't be making the expenditure part of the Riverbank assessment and design. And then items 30, 31, and 32, those are annual programs that we have, albeit they are a little bit more than in prior years. But we did go through all of that in our documents. Those I have allocated to capital. So I do have a capital spreadsheet printed in your council folder, and we will get to that shortly. But those are all capital grants. So if we remove any of those from the budget, it will not actually have any impact to the operating because they've already been removed from our operating budget. And then same thing with item 33 and 34. So the single axle gravel truck and the public works half ton. So those have also been removed out of operating. And I will defer to Director LaFave if he wants to make a comment on any of the 3 items that have been removed.
Are there any questions on the 3 items that have been removed?
How removed are they?
They were, yes, I know. They qualified a high number 3 at the previous budget meeting.
we're talking the half-ton and the single-axle gravel truck?
That's correct.
Yeah, so we're, by the look of things, we're gonna be into the capital side in a while here. So we're gonna make do with what we got right now. So let's move on to 35.
Okay, and 35 was the articulating plow blade, which was a number 1. And the cemetery runner and the manhole tripod were also 1s.
That is correct. So if anyone doesn't have questions on those, do we want to, if anyone's opposed to them being ones,
On the articulating plow blade?
any of the 3, so 35, 36, or 37. They were all ones the last time. If we want to go through them in detail, we can. Otherwise, we,
Well, just for the new counselors here, just Dale, will you just give us a quick explanation of the articulating plow blade?
Yeah, I can. It's what it says, articulating plow blade that attaches to the front of one of our loaders. And every snowfall, not only do we go out and do roads by priority, we also have to do areas like the RCMP station so they can get out of the parking lot and out of their building onto Highway 16A. Fire department gets the same treatment, and we have a list then of lift stations that we go clean. And the articulating blade is going to make this a lot faster as opposed to bucketing the snow in these areas. So we can then get cleaned up on that portion and not tie up some of the trucks for the snow removal that could be on the roads, hauling snow away from our priority roads.
So it's just gonna make more efficiencies, and with the blade, like Dale says, we'll not be loading trucks over at these facilities to get the snow out of the way. You know, it's hard to push with a bucket, but with a blade, I mean, it will just be a lot quicker, getting the snow removal done in some tight spots.
It gives us some benefits as well. When we have to do the airport, regardless if it's a light snow or not, then it takes the blower and the graders down for, usually half a day for sure. And if it's a lighter snow, the articulating blade could do taxiways and aprons and things to free up some time again to get the equipment back on the roads.
Is anybody that's a 2 or a 3 here?
I'd say it too.
A 2?
Just, I'm looking,
Yeah.
kind of looking fast forward to the rest of the line items and seeing that,
Yeah.
there's not a whole lot to cut, places to cut, so I think this was more of a want rather than a need.
Well, we've never operated with it. It would make our operations much more efficient, but we've never had the luxury of having it. Does anybody oppose to leaving this, putting this as a 2 for now? Or you want to go 1? 1? 2? 2. You're a 2. 2. 2. Okay, we'll leave it at a 2. The cemetery runner, it's just basically a curb to put headstones on.
A sidewalk, yeah.
A sidewalk, yeah.
And the manhole tripod is a given. We need it to enter when we have to enter, and the one we have is outdated, so.
Any comments on either one of these? Then I guess they're staying in. Okay,
I'll let Director Lefebvre take this one away. So the next 3 items are all still in as, I can't remember, they were all 3-1s as well.
did this in-frame and the grader engine go up, or this is where it was originally?
90,000.
Yeah.
The 90,000 is consistent.
So we got one of our graders is blowing oil out. And it's time to do a complete rebuild of that motor. And I think brand new, they're worth about what, 900,000?
Yeah. New unit actually is just over 500, yeah.
All right, okay. There's nothing we can do here. We need to rebuild it. We sure as hell can't afford a new one and can't afford to keep operating it and blow it right up, then have no block to start with again, so.
Sorry. Just to clarify, it's us fixing it or we're shipping it out to get rebuilt?
This, I believe, is a farm out.
Yeah, that's what Tony told us, yeah.
It would have to be disassembled. We haven't even got room in the shop to do it, so.
And this is everything, rebuilt turbos, everything on it, so. One. Yeah, okay.
And remember, this is 2010. This is our new grader.
Yeah,
The old one's 2001.
okay, so the deletes on some of our new equipment, Dale, you wanna speak on that?
Yeah, they're the EGR deletes on 2 of our trucks, actually 3 of our trucks. They're the single axles. We got the unit 133, 140, garbage truck, gravel truck, sanding truck is what they are for. The EGRs are not designed well for working these equipment in town. They go into a session where they burn their DEF fluid. If the truck's on the highway and it's working well and it's pulling a load and it's keeping operating temperature and humming along, they'll regen on the road as they go and there's no downtime. For us, with the trucks at idle, often especially snow removal, when they're waiting their turn or as they're riding slowly alongside the blower, they often can't get enough engine temperature to go into a proper regen, so it puts the truck in limp mode. And usually you take off and go hit the highway and warm her up good, or you get off to the side of the road and try and let it do a regen on the curb where it revs itself up. Or at times, if it's a problem, you have to go to the shop and get them to hook up and put it into a regen. So what we're having is trucks sitting and not hauling snow because they're in limp mode or they have to regen. So what we've been done on some other units with good success is to remove the EGR system, delete them, put a tune in so the system knows how to operate without the EGR system in. And they just don't go into limp mode anymore, and they don't regen anymore. They just run like an old style diesel. So we can run them without having to do this often. We've done a couple other trucks like this with good results. It's just you got to spend some money to do it.
Okay, we'll start over here.
Preventative. This would be preventative maintenance, so I'll say 1.
Okay. Days. 51,000 in garbage bins.
30. I'll make a cut right now in the budget and only have 30.
30.
30 garbage bins totaling $51,000. No, not helping. 30 bins. The bins, most of them had their big purchase when we did the town in like 92, 93. And they had a 20-year life expectancy, and we've well surpassed that. But some of them are getting, they're done. So the ones that are done with no bottoms, but still have a decent sidewall, Tony's put them off to the side as he talks to someone to repair the bottoms, replace the bottoms with new metal, and see how much it's gonna cost, how much it's gonna last. But at this point, we still need to get more quickly, because they're past their age and they're failing quickly, so. The price of bins isn't as high as it was previous. We're around the $1,300 a bin now. They were as high as almost 16, so they've come down a little bit. So I guess it's a good time in the last 7 years to actually purchase because of the price. We had bought a lot of used ones several years ago when Vermilion got out of rear lane garbage collection and went strictly to curbside. And we've burned through those as well, so.
It'd be nice to know just how this replacing the bottom, what it looked like and how much it was gonna be and what we thought, how long they were gonna hold up. But, any thoughts? Go ahead, Counselor.
Are we getting a bulk purchase discount, or, I mean, what is our average attrition rate? Like, how many are we going through in a year?
About 15. We normally do about 10 to 20 a year. So we're just kicking it up to 30 so we're not even doubling the amount at this rate. In hopes that welding and repairing the bottoms is going to be our less expensive option to carry on.
At the 30.
At the price of 30? Or 30 bins?
At 30,000 in the budget.
No, he didn't say that. He said he was gonna replace 30 at 51,000.
Oh,
Yeah.
you got me there.
Did he ever?
Yeah, it's still great, it's 30.
Huh?
Good one.
At 51?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. A 1, I might reduce the amount that we're spending or the amount that we're replacing, but 1.
I definitely think we could potentially look into the amount we're buying. I mean, we definitely need to get some if they're needing to be replaced, they're needing to be replaced, but I don't think, you said only about 10 to 15 need to be replaced a year?
We have been replacing about 15 a year.
Okay.
So now we're gonna kick it up to 30, and the plan is we may have to do that for a few years, depending on how bottom repairs could be done, as opposed to the whole bin.
So I think if anything, given that we do need to cut a little bit, what if we only bought 15 and then we seen about what it would cost to repair the bottoms this year, and then we'd have an idea of it's gonna be more feasible just to replace the bottoms, or if we do need to, keep jumping up and buying a few extra each year.
Okay, so you're a 2 right now, and you would like to have some conversation about reducing and seeing what the bottom replacement looks like.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a 1, but I'm gonna stay a 2 for the duration of budget, just because similar comments from Councillor Rudick and Warawa. They cost about $1,700 each, going off the $51,000 original ask. So by bumping it down to 30, that gives you 17. And so I'm okay with that, provided we can make the necessary cuts elsewhere. So I might just come back to it and say maybe 10 this year, maybe 15. We'll see.
Okay, so at the 51,000 buys us 30.
Buys you 30, yeah. Which
you'd
is
like to do-
$1,700 each.
So you'd like to do
So-
15, purchase 15.
Well, I mean, Director Lefebvre knocked it down to 30,000 already, so that gives him 17. So
No,
going
no,
down
no,
to.
no. He was joking. No, he just worded it a little differently.
Because we're getting 30 bins, not 30,000, 30 bins.
Is this what just caught Councillor
Yeah,
Curtis?
yeah.
Oh, I wasn't listening. I was like, I understand it. Oh, okay, well then I'm a 2 for now.
Okay.
I'll be a 1 for this year, but have we had the conversation about going to curbside pickup only? Like you said, Vermilion, that was one of the reasons that
They hired a private collector to
so
come
they
in.
hired a private collector, so,
At we looked at it about having a private person come in.
okay,
So Vermilion is like $47 a month on the utility bill.
okay.
And when we looked at having a private person come in, I think you were on council then, yeah, the first thing they wanted was to take over our landfill, so they could bring
Oh, okay.
everybody else's garbage to town.
Okay, that was the conversation.
Yeah, they
But-
wanted,
But are there other, I mean, maybe there's other conversations to be had to go to curbside pickup only,
away from the alleys.
away from the alleys?
Well, the alleys are much more efficient.
So the alleys are,
Oh, we look a lot less cost
okay.
involved, yeah.
So there, yeah, I'm just wondering if that conversation has been had?
So, again, like, here we are, I mean, we need these just where we're at in our program, because of all the ones that are aging out, especially the ones that we bought when we bought all the stuff at a Vermilion. I think that until we see what a bottom replacement actually looks like, how far up the sidewalls he can actually go with replacing them and stuff too, because it's just not if they're rusted up a little bit, it's a big job, because we don't know what it's gonna look like. He's done it before, there's a local guy that's done this.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna leave it as a 2 right now, and we're gonna come back to it. I mean, just on how many we're gonna replace. We had a 1, 2, 3.
I would be happier with a reduction in the amount, so you can put me as a 2.
Okay, so we're gonna leave it at a 2 for right now, and it sure would be nice if Tony could get one over to this guy and see what it looks like getting done, on the
Yeah,
repair.
he's got a guesstimate price from the guy at about, say, 550 to 600 per bin is what he's getting a cost on to repair the bottom. But we haven't, taken
Yeah.
10 over there and said, go at it.
Well, I'd like to see one to go over deal.
Yeah,
Pick one, not the worst, but not the easiest neither, and see what he comes up, what it looks like. Because, this is, they never rust out on the top. I mean, people don't realize that, hardly ever.
It's plastic.
So for right now, we're saying that you're probably gonna get 15, but we're gonna come back to it. Okay? So that's cut in half for right now.
so this 51,000, I know you did the math and it was 1,700 per bin. We're buying our bins right now for, like I said, around 1,400. In fact, Tony, I just texted him, he said the last batch come in at 1,350. So this 51,000 allows us to purchase 30 garbage bins and probably get another 10 to 15 welded to see. There's lots out there that are rusted out, and I know we're gonna have his pick of what's best for him. And I think the price of 600 may not be based on one bin, but maybe the fact that if you bring me 10, I'll do them for 600 apiece, how that works, so it just gives us some room to do it that way.
Councilor Lemko?
Yes, Director Lefebvre,
Yeah.
how do we determine which bins are rusted out? Because I don't think the driver can see the bottom on the bins. So when he picks it up, there's a bunch of garbage on the ground.
That's the best indicator.
Yeah, so we have no indication of how many bins out there are at that end of life on this. We're just basically going by history, because I don't know if anybody goes out there and has a look at the bottom of the bins until something happens. So if we shortcut our bins, I mean, what are we saving in the end? We're eventually gonna need these bins. And I know budgets are tough, but this is with the business we're in, services, garbage and such, so I'm just, I'm still a 1 at 50,000.
You still a 1? And you're a 2?
Yeah, less bins.
You were 2, 1.
So safely, if we want 30 bins, we can drop this by 10 grand, because I see what he's done is he's budgeted about 40,000 for 30 new bins, and it leaves us 10 to weld up bottoms.
Okay, I'm a 1. Get it done.
Okay. So we could get 40 to 45 or 50 bins out of it with
Yeah.
30 new and, yeah. So it's a 1?
The landfill fence was taken out. The main lift station backup engine repairs.
Yeah, that's being done in-house. Obviously, it's a stationary engine. And it's just from the 70s and all the coolant portions of the engine and lines are rotting from the inside out, just from being almost 50 years old. The engine itself is fine. We are finding little things. We had to put I believe it was a starter into it, and because it's 50 years old, that was difficult to get because it's starting to become a bit on the obsolete side. But so far, we changed the cooling system on it, and we see a lot of life left in it.
So this is the emergency generator for the lift station. So at 15,000 compared to 150,000 to replace it.
I'm a 1. A 1 on that one. That's a necessity.
What do you guys think? 1. It's a 1, yeah. The bucket truck repairs. Oh, this isn't Tony's. Is the truck operational right now? Are we still using it?
Yeah.
It's the hydraulics on the bucket and stuff itself and the pump. They gotta be rebuilt?
Dan says that they changed some of the hoses and fittings on the truck, because it wasn't able to lift as what it would before. So far it's been working all right. We'll just talk with Tony here quick and find out if we're gonna pull this or if it's gonna wait.
Okay, well, you get that answer. So the landfill crawler loader. So the 451,000 was replacing this unit, and we've looked at 150,000 in repairs on the bottom end. This piece of equipment doesn't get the type of use it used to since we bought a compactor for the face. But it's still a really good piece of equipment that we use every day. But the bottom end needs, now that it won't be on the face anymore, so it won't be getting so much garbage packed into the tracks and into the rollers and slides and stuff down there. So, go ahead.
Can this be explained again? Because it says that the purchase is removed and it's out of the repair.
I can comment a little. Original presentation to council from the manager reports was to actually replace the whole piece of equipment. And then after deliberations at the first meeting, we had noted that instead of replacing it this year, we would repair at the cost of 150. So instead of being a capital purchase, that was actually funded through operations at the time, and reserves, because there is, the crawler loader reserve is currently sitting at $271,000. So for $451,000 purchase, that would be an additional budget ask of $180,000. So for 180 with the reserve and 180,000, we could buy a new one, or we could spend 150 and repair the one that we have already. And so we had decided to repair instead of replace at this point in time.
Can we repair it out of the reserve?
Council can do as they wish with the reserve.
And also, we continue to move forward with our existing operations at the landfill, and I would hope at some point we would be talking about how to make this more efficient. This is, I was really quite shocked that this was coming back to us so quickly after we've done several major purchases and repairs there. The other part I would be curious about, we have to farm this out as well? We can't repair this in-house, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What do we put into the reserve yearly?
30,000.
So can we not just use the 30 we're putting in and put another 120? Or, sorry, the 30,000.
Forgo the transfer to reserve and just.
Yeah.
Yes, we could reduce the reserve for 1 year. The one thing with the reserves, as we had noted earlier, the reserves are there so that at the end of the useful life, we can just purchase it without it costing additional operating funds. So anything that we borrow from a reserve would then have to be made up some other time for the purchase of an item. So
Right, and I think that as we talked about the less usage and the less
Yeah.
beaten up on it, we have some more time probably to.
When we've had this reserve in place, and we actually backed in our agreement, our solid waste agreement with the county, they were in for 20% of all capital purchases out there. We no longer have that. But this piece of equipment no longer works on the face. So it doesn't have the wear and tear that it used to do, for sure. So the replacement times that we were looking at, well, we did a few motor and bottom ends on some other ones, but we were getting about 6 years out of them, I think, overall.
And max, yeah.
And max. But now this piece of equipment, and the fact that it started its career on the face and it was packed in the tracks and everything all the time, to get the bottom end repaired right now and what its job is, I mean, any reserve that we have out there should be put towards the compactor, which cost us $1 million, that took the place of this on the face. So what I think we should do is just go ahead and repair this, the bottom end, get it done as quickly as possible, because it's been sitting really doing nothing for the longest time. And we take it out of the reserve, and then I'm pretty sure with the reduced workload plus having that bottom end redone and not being in the environment that it was used to, that we can probably get quite a few more years out of this piece of equipment.
And just as a reminder to new counselors, anything that we're paying for out of reserves is now saving us our operating budget. So we won't be budgeting, or we won't be levying taxpayers for this. So by paying for this out of the crawler loader reserve, we are now not levying the taxpayers for that 150,000. So that just saved us.
That's
150 for
that's,
the
that's about a 1.42% tax increase is what it is.
Correct.
Yes.
That we've saved. That we've saved. Yes.
I'm one for using reserve.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, well, that makes somebody's job easier.
Okay, and we can just.
Yeah.
That was done, right? Yeah. The bucket truck repairs, Tony has come back and said that he still has to do some control work, but he didn't have to do the pump like he thought. So we can take this 10 grand under bucket truck and make it 5, and we can complete the truck repair.
So,
One bar garbage, can't form it.
So does that make it a 1 now, or 2 still? Because we can leave it for now as a 2.
well, I mean, the hoses have already been replaced. He doesn't think it's the pump. It could be the master cylinder or something too. So, I mean, hopefully it can be something fairly easy, but I don't think we can do much for under 5,000, so. I mean, we're gonna need it right away too. We're putting up all the Christmas lights and
They're already going up.
Huh? You been doing it? So. 1 at 5. Okay, make it 5. Okay, so the landfill redesign construction, and this was phase 1 of 32 at 50,000.
It is. And all it really is getting a base prepared for the products at the landfill that do not cost anybody money. That's your tires, your e-waste, your paints, any of the program sponsored electronic recycling, all of that would be as soon as you drive into the landfill, access off to the right is where the master plan shows, where you would unload all of your materials. Then you would come back and go over the scale and weigh when we're at the point to weigh. So this would be like step 1 to do that, because the cost is a couple $1 million to revamp the landfill all at once. And there's no grants out there for landfills. There's just some for, very little for recycling, but no big dollar ones for landfill. So we'd have to pick away at it on our own. It is 50,000. Again, that's for the purchase of some things we're gonna need to base and make the area pounded down and get it compaction up and testing, and then that'd be like our start, so.
And I'll weigh in here. I mean, we had a plan designed for us what the landfill would look like, and this is step 1 out of 30, and it is a couple $1 million. So I don't even know if we leave this in this year's budget. I mean, we're not committed to going the rest of the way. I mean, at the time when we first had this design done and stuff, there was some grant funding, and there is just nothing out there right now. The province has no money. And I don't know, like, if we start this year and just do a little bit of base work, is there gonna be money in next year's budget? Probably, to keep this going. So, I mean, this one here right now, to me, is a 2. What are your thoughts, Councillor Lemko?
It's been a 2 right from the start.
Councillor Curtis?
2.
Yeah. I'll go for 2.
2?
2.
2?
I was gonna say 3, but if everyone's 2, I'd be 2.
At this point in time, 2 doesn't really come back very fast, let me tell you.
I was gonna be a 3 also, based on what you just said. And my other question would be, does the county have skin in the game in the landfill? So this phase 30 project, we're taking on all on our own?
Yeah, they
that's a big
they
leap
don't even we have like a solid waste agreement with them, and it's not even 1/3 of what our agreement used to be years and years ago, what they paid. And they won't step up on recycling. They feel that none of their residents recycle during deliberations when we're talking. But when we show them the data that we collect, and that everybody that's coming over there is your residents. Yeah, I know. We don't believe in recycling. There's one counselor always says, oh, no, we all have burn barrels. That's what the county residents do.
Which is likely true, but I meant in terms of the long-term investment, not the day-to-day use by county residents. Do they is there a conversation that needs to be had for long-term investment in a project like this for the landfill? That was my question, but, so I'm a 3 for this based on the fact that you said there's no grants in the foreseeable future. This is a very long process, and I think to invest $50,000 at a time like this, I'm a 3.
Yeah, and we did have the conversation with them, just so you know. And they have other plans there to take to the County of Two Hills solid waste facility. So, okay, so that one there is I'll stay at 2 for now, but we'd have, you were 2 or 3?
2.
2. So. Yeah, so it's a 2 for now, but it doesn't look good moving forward. Okay, the landfill lawn tractor.
A landfill lawn tractor, the current one is 21 years old, needs some repairs, and it was purchased as a sort of an acreage type mower. It's not anything like a Parks and Recs mower for sure. So we just need to replace it, and then our summer staff can look after the maintenance of the landfill proper without having to lean on Parks to come and cut it and squeeze it into their schedule. We can do it as part of our summer student operations.
Okay, I'll start here. Two.
I will say, as the summer student that has gone out there 2 years in a row to help, they definitely do need, because they've tried to just kind of use our old ones that we aren't in operation anymore, and they just keep breaking down. So I'd be a 1 for this one.
I'm a 1 as well. So, but it doesn't look good. We got 4 2s, so do the math. So we'll put that down as a 2.
If this machine breaks again, there's not even parts for it. We will be leaning on Parks to come out and cut the grass at the landfill.
Okay.
Just saying.
With Parks has got trucks that you can't get parts for neither.
Yeah, they keep buying the water.
Yeah, I don't know who's telling you guys that you can't get any parts for those trucks, but I wouldn't repeat it anymore in front of camera. How many people phoned me? They're like, oh my God, I can't believe they said that. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Jagalik.
Yeah, I just have a question for you, Director Lefebvre. Is there a, I don't know what to call it, are the machinery that's used in town, let's say to cut grass along the green spaces, as those slowly age out, do we move them to places like the landfill where maybe precision isn't as, valued?
Yeah, it's not about the precision, but yes, we definitely send them downstream. It's just that when we needed to be looking after the grass at the landfill, there wasn't anything coming down from Parks. There wasn't a hand-me-down.
So there isn't anything at the time.
By the time Parks is done with them, they're very done. So we'll use them at, usually the landfill's about it. We don't really have any place else to bring them down to. Those mowers are very expensive. They're built to be run every single day all summer, as opposed to, your acreage style mowers that aren't. So we're not asking for an $80,000 mower like Parks has. We're just getting an acreage style one locally for 10 grand.
Yeah, no, I just asked because I thought if next year we're gonna have to replace one that's utilized in town, and the budget for that may be higher, would we be smarter to look at moving that one to the landfill now and then just putting in a little bit of extra money for a new one if it were needed as soon as next year in town? That was where my train of thought was going, but you answered my question, thank you.
And on the triple deck mowers and stuff, we're in a leasing program that we're looking at right now. Last year was our first year, and we're looking forward to the report after 2 years put together, and the data we had from the maintenance that we were doing the other ones, what was left and when they were done, and so.
I would be a 1 for this one, actually. I don't know if that's good in line or not,
For the tractor? Oh. Okay, so the tractor for the landfill was a 2? 2. You didn't get a vote?
I'm a 2.
You're a 2. 2. 1, 1, and 1. We're still 4, 3. Let's try this again.
Democracy has made its choice.
Your worship, I was a 2 on the fence. I will change my mind.
It's a 1. Well, I just know that it probably helps Dan more than Dale. But it's nice for the summer students to have something to do out there because they can't drive the compactor. Okay, now we got to find it someplace else. Well, we get to Leslie's budget. We'll get it out of there. Okay, main sewer lift manifold piping. This is, we just spent $3.8 million there. This is the last piece that needs to be done. It wasn't included in the grant funding or in the overall project.
nor the main sewer lift building and, force main. Closed, done.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you very much. With the overall project, this is kind of the headwaters of everything, so if we had a failure there, it would be very detrimental to all the work we put into
We
it.
already have a failure, the flange cracked.
I mean, a failure, we're gonna be
Yeah, yeah.
up the creek.
Okay? One. It's a one. Main sewer lift pump rebuild. So we've had both the pumps that are online rebuilt right now. This is the backup pump, Dale?
That's correct. Yep, it'll be rebuilt and then kept in storage as a spare. This is, the problem we find with the pumps is that to get a pump rebuilt, it takes about 8 to 12 months to get one. So if one fails and you remove it and go get it rebuilt, you're waiting a long time to get one back. And then to purchase one, they can be out 6, 7 months as well to buy a brand new one. It's just the way they are, so we feel a little warm and fuzziness if we have a brand new one or a rebuilt one ready to go sitting on a pallet on the floor that can be installed in a couple days.
Okay, so Colby, this is the lift station, so, you know, we're leaving this decision up to you.
That's a opposite department towards my knowledge.
Anyway, Councilor Roy, we'll start down there with you. I mean, it is, like Director LaFave says, we have two that are rebuilt sitting there that are working today. And this is the spare, but
When was the rebuilt ones done?
We rebuild at the Northwest Sewer Lift and at our main sewer lift station in a fashion with the pumps so that they're all getting done in about 10 to 15 years. So there's 3 at the main sewer lift, so we're trying to go to 5, 5, 5, and then we put a spare, and that's what this spare is for the main sewer lift. And we have 2 new pumps in at the Northwest Sewer Lift that manages the sewage from the Walmart and the hotels in Alberta, in OTEC, all of those.
Sorry, but when was it done last year or was it done a couple of years ago, the last ones that were rebuilt?
Just in the last few years, we've been doing them alternating. So this one, probably last pump was probably last year, and the year before that one, we did the Northwest Sewer Lift last one. So this is the end of it. Our pumps are now in cycle in good shape and a spare on the pallet on the floor. Jeez.
I would put it at a 2 for now, not that it's not important, because it definitely is important given the turnaround that it takes. But if we are still looking to cut at the end, this could be something if they just did it a year or 2 ago. And it's looking like it could have up to a 15-year span, but it is definitely, I would definitely leave it at 2 because it's something I do think is important, just something that could potentially be looked at.
just so you didn't understand Director LaFave wrong, this is the last pump
Oh,
in the rebuild process.
okay.
Over the last couple of years, we've rebuilt the other main pumps. This one's sitting on the floor. It has not been in part of the rebuild program.
Okay.
It didn't get rebuilt 2 years ago.
Okay, I thought the other ones got rebuilt 2 years ago.
The other ones did.
Okay, yeah. So I would put it at 2 is because this one definitely needs to get rebuilt, but it could be something that waits 1 year.
Okay, I thought maybe you thought that this pump itself was rebuilt 2 years ago.
No,
Okay.
I got that.
Not a problem. Councillor Jagolica, 2. Councillor Brajak. 1. We're gonna go to Councillor Rudick this time, so we don't put Councillor Lemko on the spot till the end when he's gonna be the tiebreaker.
But you won.
1. Looks like the one's taken. Okay, the PIP wet well cleaning. And this is, Dale, you can tell everybody about it. It was something that we weren't expecting right now, but
Yeah, it's at Prosperity Park. It's the sewer lift for the new industrial park. And we're just finding, since the lift station has come into service, that obviously we don't have flow except for about 6 businesses on 51st, like your Forever Monuments and the County Shop and Twin Lakes. as they pump down into that system, and there's not a lot of flow. So right now, the pumps at the sewer lift station are pumping about, seriously, 3 times a month. They pump down a couple meters in the wet well, and all of the solids that are flowing into the station are settling to the bottom, and then they solidify and they get hard, and then when the pumps come on, they can't move it. And to the fact we'd plugged off one pump when we first had an issue, and we have to get a company in that comes down. Remember, it's 9 meters deep, so we're over 30 feet down, and they have to clean, scrape. They get right down in the tank and suck it all out, and then we're finding we have to do that about twice a year. Twice a year at about 8,000 a crack to get it cleaned until we get more business, more products, we have more flow to keep things going. We did look at some options that the submersible pumps have where the pump pumps into the main line, it has a diverter, and when the pump comes on, it takes 80% of the product down the pipe, 20% it blows backwards to try and stir things up. But when your pumps are coming on 3 times a month, that's not gonna do it. So we're looking at other options if this should continue, where we can have a pump that comes on, alternate every couple hours and just go into a backwash mode by programming and an attachment, but that's around $50,000. So we can have it keep mixing as well. About the same price or a little bit more, you can get impellers that go in the corners and it just slowly circulates the tank, which is helpful. It's not 100%, but it does try and keep the suspended solids suspended. Ultimately, the cure is for it to be pumping a few times a day with its normal operation that we're hoping to get here soon. So for now, this year, we're gonna do the hydrovac and just physically clean it out twice a year and see where we're at then. And if not, then we may have to go to some form of mixing mechanism.
Okay, so it's just the new lift station down at Prosperity. It's just not, there's no activity there yet now that the small businesses that are just came online there. It's been a bit of a problem, so we need to get that stuff cleaned out every so often. Okay, so let's start with Councillor Project.
Well, on this one, I'd say number 1. I'd give it, on this project, I'd give it a 1.
Okay, Councillor Curtis? One. Okay, let's roll. Okay, so the two-stage control system upgrade is in the capital funding at 90,000. So we'll take a look at that when we get over there. The half-ton has been removed. A new sewer lift building for 70,000. So this is at the northwest lift, correct, Dale?
That's correct.
So if you look at the pictures, you all have this. This is where everything from Walmart, Innotech, all the hotels, everything on that side of town go to this lift station. And all of the electronics and everything are just setting out. We would like to put a building up there that we could eventually put a temporary power, like generator stored inside there right now. When the power goes out, we don't, usually we go to the fire department, hook onto their small gen and bring it out and just get it started and plug into this lift station. But if you look at this, it's just getting corroded all to pieces. And I mean, what it was designed for, when this well was first, this lift was first put in, is nowhere near the work it does. I mean, all this other new growth has been added to this lift station, so. Go ahead.
This is one of the things that stands out from our pre-budget discussion for me. I'm curious why this was never, even though it was not designed to handle the volume of work that it does now, why was it never protected from the elements? Is this standard?
This was a 1978 standard installation.
That's how they all were built at
How
that
they all
time?
were built.
Okay.
And we have our own Public Works has a standby generator as well. So
Oh, it's not the fire department, sir.
they have one as well, so we have two backup.
Counselor Curtis?
3 for me.
3?
I'm a 1.
Okay. I'm looking at Counselor Bajek.
Oh, you're looking at me. I'm a one on this one.
Okay. Counselor Jagali?
I'm gonna go in the middle and go 2.
Okay. Counselor Wawa?
My only question with this is, so if it's been sitting for this year, could it, I'm gonna go 2, just in the thought of, could it sit another year if we're, again, looking to make cuts to stay under our budget? If it's already sat for 30-some years, could it sit potentially another year?
Cut it next year.
Generously, 1970 wasn't 30 years ago, but yes, agreed. You said 1970s construction? Yeah, I'd say as someone of that vintage, I kind of feel like there is going to come a time when it needs to be fixed, but if it's been fine up to this
This was
point.
installed for the Alberta Research Council when it was built. That's what this install was for.
Well, the provincial government doesn't seem that attached to it currently either. I'm going to put this as a 2 leaning towards a 3 at this time.
Whoa. So what do we got here?
I quit.
Majority 2.
Wow, I was really in favor of this at the beginning, but, I'm actually still I'm still a 1 here, but. So it's.
So I gotta break the tie.
Sure.
I think for me, the reason that I'm a 2 is just the price tag. So it's an 8x12 insulated panel building with electric overhead heating that can be turned on as needed. That still stands true, those details? For
That is
70,000?
true, but that involves taking the components from what you see here and then trenching underground lines, putting them into a building. There's a few components that will be replaced with new ones. Some of these, since the big pump failure a few years ago, are new components. We'll keep those. And that involves a heater in the building as well that will be electric, but only come on, keep the building at -10, so everything works fine. We don't have to have it above 0.
Okay, so a lot more labor intensive.
Yeah, so
than
yeah,
it sounds, just,
It'll all be moved into the new facility there. So you're staying at a 2? No,
The tie fails, right? They don't have to do anything.
we kind of have a tie with 7
Yeah,
votes.
so
We do right now, yeah.
But if a tie is defeated, right? So it's a no. I win.
Just give us your number there, my friend.
2 then.
Okay, it's a 2 for now.
Maybe I was forced into that.
We'll come back to it.
How does it feel?
Doesn't feel very good.
2 to 1.
So, again, the same facility, a lift station, a spare pump.
No sense.
Is this a rebuild on this pump?
This is a new purchase. We can't rebuild the old one. It's
Fried.
There's nothing left to rebuild.
So right now, there is 2 pumps in the well,
Yes,
and we have no backup.
that's correct.
That new building would be a nice place to hang this new pump, this
That's what I thought.
spare.
I was thinking ahead.
Although, when this went down, was it last winter, two winters ago? Did we rebuild both those pumps that are in there right now?
The 2 pumps in the pump house are rebuilt, and this would be a new one again as the
The backup.
backup.
Okay, Marielle, what do you think about backups? Sorry, Councilor Project. I keep getting a little punchy here.
So the two pumps that are in the well now were rebuilt for their last time. So that's why now we can't do rebuilds at half that price. We have to go to new pumps. So this would be, the 2 rebuilds are in the water, and this one will be a new purchase that'll go into storage. And just to tell a little story again, for those that may not know it, a few years ago, 2 years ago, when it hit minus 40 something, there was an electrical problem. We don't know what happened for sure. We had surge protection on these pumps. We had different things to protect us. The power caused the pumps to lose phase, which means they were running on 3-phase. That's how they normally run. And they were dropped and they were left to try and run on 1-phase. When a pump tries to start on 1-phase, it can't get wound up and get moving. These are big, big pumps. And it burned out both of them slowly but surely because they were trying to run off of 1-phase at like a quarter of the horsepower. That burned out both of them. Conveniently, it was minus 42 for that stretch of a few days. Now we've got Walmart, we've got Inotech, we got everybody, and I can't move the sewer. And this is the only way to get it out. So it was a big deal. Fortunately, previous council and some current had allowed the purchase of a standby pump. We pulled one dead one out, dropped in new, revamped the electrical so we were protected again, and ran on one pump for the rest of the winter and got that pump rebuilt. So because we were prepared, there was no big $500,000 thing we had to do to save the town because of that. So just want to pitch that if I gotta lose something, I don't want it to be this, I'd lose something else.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Brazier.
Okay, that's a 1 for me.
That's the one for me, Your Worship.
1.
Good job, Dale.
Yeah, it's a true story.
Okay, so we move on to 56, this land use bylaw review. That's got to stay, folks. We need to move forward with this whole land use bylaw, so. I don't know, is there anybody that wants to look at this as a 2? Go ahead.
I'm curious what level of review $25,000 gets us. Is that a complete, thorough review? Is there stipulations on how much of a time frame we have to complete that? Comment on that.
I'll let Director Lefebvre answer that one. He's, would have been working with Kayla on that.
Yeah, we've been in contact with our Eagle River planning, and the 25,000 is adequate for a complete rewrite to go through the document and to spend some time on the document. That's our intent with this amount of money based on conversations with Eagle River planning.
Okay.
Okay, I'll start with Councilor Rudick.
Yeah,
Land uses
yeah.
in your wheelhouse.
What do you want me to say? I said yes already.
Well, I didn't see you say yes. Were you talking behind my back?
One? Didn't we do that already?
No, not yet.
Okay, well, I'm a 1.
Okay. Councilor Curtis.
1.
1.
1.
Okay, that one stays. The capital works, looks like we're gonna have to go through that. So let's move down to 58 and 59. The $5,000 for the SCM study tour, put that together.
Actually, Your Worship, sorry, that should read $6,000, not 5.
3.
And when do they need to know by that we're gonna go ahead with this?
We've already, they've already accepted our proposal. Planning's in the works.
The planning?
Yeah, so we were hoping that we would be able to, they wouldn't have made their decision yet, but they made their decision and they let us know at the convention that we got the study tour, so.
Really kinda hoping that these industries are gonna be having a lot of equipment rolling around out there.
Well, the tour is not till June 2026.
You're just
So-
very optimistic.
That's the,
So there's no sense even voting on this if we've already,
yeah, I kind of would really like this to remain a 1. It would make it easier for, for legislative services to do this.
anybody opposed? 3?
This means I'm gonna have to write.
I'm a 1, and I'll just say that both the FCM Events Director and the City of Edmonton Chief Protocol Officer who's organizing FCM is very excited to be able to showcase Vegreville in their program.
Okay.
That's in.
What? Okay. So I see the strategic planning retreat went from 60 to 40.
Yes, we dropped it $20,000, focusing more on level of service. And we will look to do it, the majority of the work ourselves and not rely on a consultant, but we've left some money there to allow us to reach out if we need to.
And the retreat part is us leaving, going away.
Yes, yes, so it's kind of broken up there. It's broken up, we're looking probably, if council wants to do a retreat, we put 10,000 in for the retreat. And then, so that would leaves 30,000 in for the level of service review.
Okay. Who's gonna vote in favor of this one? 2? 2?
I appreciate the reduction in price. I think it's important. I'm going to say 2, but even if we could do it for cheaper, I think it's important for us to reset this term, but cheaper is good.
Okay. Councilor Brodziak.
I'll say a 2 as well on this one.
Okay. 2. That's a 2. I think we should take the retreat out of their part, and let's focus on what it's gonna cost to just bring us together to talk about this, the whole,
Potluck.
the strategic planning and stuff. I mean, we're chopping things right now that we can't, I mean, I don't care if we end up going to Vermilion, but, I mean, we just can't have this in the budget right now. I just didn't know that we were forced into the situation we are right now by complying with the ARO in our budgets. It's just, it's really put us in a bad spot. So, okay, so do you want to go, what time do you gotta go? Like right now? So I know that we gotta go through this capital budget, but you did want to have some direction about a couple of other things to do with internal operations within their organization. Can we go into a closed session right now and get a quick vibe of what everybody thinks, and then you have to leave too shortly too? Can we do that real quickly? Are you okay with that? Are you guys prepared for that? Okay, I'll take a motion to go into closed session. Councilor Curtis makes the motion at 2:00 dead on. All those in favor? Carried. So Jameson, if you could let everybody know that we will be coming back, or how long is this meeting gonna go? Like, what was the thoughts? Are we gonna get into the capital budget, like the projects?
Can you remind,
guess, for the public perception of anybody who may still be watching.
Yeah.
is We're going to have
Yeah.
to resume this meeting at a later date. That date will be, is yet to be officially determined.
Hello, we're back out of our closed session. We basically didn't get too much accomplished, and everybody else has a lot of commitments, so we're gonna have to schedule, I would say, at least 2 more budget meetings before we get this budget passed. So this meeting I'll adjourn at 2:59, and stay tuned for the announcements of the next budget meetings moving forward. Thank you very much.